Good morning, boys and girls. How we doing? How are we doing? Hey, Sir Coffeebot is alive again. Hey, he works. Let's wipe it. Wipe it. Oh dear. Oh dear. How are we all doing, boys and girls? Good morning to you. Good morning. Good morning. A couple of special shout outs. First thing this morning. Haddock, I can see you competing now. Big shout out, my man. First ever Gold Goblin on Patreon. Big thank you. Your continued support, I should have to say, is very, very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. And my phone has just pinged within the last 2 seconds, giving me the indication that Little Uva's also joined the Patreon crew. So thank you very much. Thank you, boys and girls. Your support is highly appreciated. Thank you. Who's going to win themselves VIP today, though? Who's going to grab it? Who's going to grab it? I mean, to be fair, you're going in the right direction today. Some days you're off on a completely different tangent, but today you're doing Have some monthly morning wine. Well, I'm on the coffee first thing, my man. On the coffee first thing. Let's get that caffeine in my system first, and then we'll move on to stronger things. Oh dear, that one hurt. That one hurt. Allergies are kicking in still, but I'm all good. 3 days off. 3 days off when you create content on the internet seems like an absolute lifetime. It feels like it feels like I've missed about a month. No sound? Lies. I can see my microphone. Check your ears. There's no, unfortunately this little mini game doesn't have any built-in sounds to it. It's just a graphical thing. I don't know who made this little game. It wasn't me. I did just kind of yoink it. But 3 days off, when you get used into the swing of doing this like consistently, feels like a lifetime. But we're back. There's some big important things I think I've missed. This whole legendary socket shenanigans, I've missed that one. That one came up on Friday. Missed the streams because there's no other streams that are in the same time frame. Yeah, this is a bit of a weird one, right? I get grief off people because my stream schedule doesn't fit into, you know, the norm, right? This is the worst time possible to stream for people over that play on the NA. Simply because it's the middle of the night in America right now. And of course, anybody in the EU that has a regular, you know, a job like a normal person, or they study during the day, it gets a little bit more difficult to watch at these hours. But on the flip side of that, those of you that do get to come and join in and view the stream and we can all have a laugh, you guys, obviously then, there's not many other streamers that are on at this time, so. But it's 3:22 AM here. Well, there we go. There we go. It's pretty late if you're over on the other side of the pond. I'm so tempted to make it interesting and just, like, drop a few rain of fires. But I think that would be a little bit mean. I think that would be mean. You guys are getting there. You're getting there. You're getting pretty close. It's still nice and hot in Finland, that's what I will say. We went away for the weekend and definitely did probably a little bit too much drinking, gotta be said. And definitely caught a little bit of sun. The sunscreen was on fire, so. Hey, now you're getting close. You're going the wrong way. You're going the wrong way. Little Uva's got the right idea. Oh, that was a very well placed bomb. That was a very well placed bomb. JP Dev's coming in for the ninja. That rain of fire is going to do work. Oh, this is close. This is close. Hey, those bombs were good. I think somebody's about to get this. Somebody's about to get this. Nice step. Oh no! Kamikazed. One good bomb placement, and this is donezo. Oh! Oh, this rain of fire might do it, you know. This rain of fire might do it. Oh, it's free for the taking. Hurricane! There we go. Congratulations, my man. Congratulations. Well done. Sneaked your way in there. Ninja'd yourself a victory. Congratulations. Congratulations. Let's switch over the scene. More exciting than the MDI for sure. Hey, there's no mechanics that you can easily cheese here. There's no broken mechanics. Let's give Hurricane the well-deserved VIP. Please hold. Please hold. See if my 3-day-old brain can remember how we do this. /VIP. Now I have to just spell your name correctly. Boom! Hurricane VIP for the day. Congratulations, my man. Well done, well done. But though, how's everybody feeling towards patch 9.1? Are we ready? Are we good? Are we good? It's getting remarkably close now. I mean, if you play over on the NA, you are literally like 24 hours away. Can't wait. 85% ready. Hey, 85% is good. That's more than good enough. I genuinely feel that most people in this sort of mini community don't really realise just how far ahead you actually are to the average player. Born ready. There's the mentality. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. I was born for this shit. Good on you. Good on you. So what are we doing today then? Let's talk about. Let's talk for a couple of minutes about what we're going to do. It's Monday, so of course everything we do, the primary thing we do on a Monday is of course go over the Wowhead blog for the week. This of course is posted up on Wowhead by Samadan. I believe we're on episode 183. I believe. Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong. Mad Hatter, how we doing? Welcome, welcome. So we're going to let people filter into the stream a little bit because I like to give people a chance to join in the stream, to watch it live. Of course, we do snip that section of the stream out, and it does go up on YouTube later today. For those that miss it, it's going to be a good recap. I think considering we are now like literally in patch week, it's going to be quite full of juicy information. So we're going to go through, break it all down. And I'm also playing catch up a little bit. 3 days out of the game feels like a lifetime, 3 days before patch week. So there's a few things that I need to catch up, a few newsworthy things that we're going to go through. And today I want to finally, I know I've been saying this for a few days, but finally I want to get the TSM profile finished, as 9.1 is right around the corner. That's going to require me going on the PTR, doing a bit of playing with Trade School Master on the PTR to make sure all the groups are set up, because all of my tier 2 subs on Twitch, all of my silver goblins over on Patreon are going to want their TSM groups ready for patch 9.1. It's a commitment I've made to you guys and you guys have made to me, so I need to deliver. So we're going to get that done today as well. And outside of that, we'll just talk general goal making and have a bit of a laugh. I think that's the plan. Nothing too serious. Like to keep things relatively casual. Nothing too regimented. We're all here to have fun. But as we know, boys and girls, the very first thing we have to do every day is, of course, make sure our Facebook is done. Facebook gaming is the first thing that we can easily smash out. Grab ourselves some freebies. As it is lit. I mean, I do genuinely at this point consider this just free stuff. You're putting less than 0 effort into this most of the time. It's literally just freebies. Did I remember to tweet out on the Discord? I think I did, didn't I? I did tweet out Discords. Good. Good. Just checking. Like I said, 3 days off. Like my whole routine, my whole schedule is completely spammed. My brain doesn't know what's going on. Not a clue. Right. We need XP missions. That's the first thing we do. Oh my god, half my fellas are dead. What's going on here then? That's not meant to be a thing. Oh, I was doing some cheeky, trying to cheese it and power level people, wasn't I? Can I remember my main group of people? It was the slimy dude, wasn't it? Soulbines, slimy dude, and somebody else. I genuinely can't remember who that somebody else was. Well, in my mind it makes sense for it to be a healer, but my healer's dead. Slimy dude's insanely OP. Yeah, I mean, it was only a few days ago I actually started looking at these dudes' actual like abilities to try and learn the game, I suppose. And yeah, this dude's attacks is just absolutely bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. The fact that he just hits everybody and heals everybody is just genius. The abomination that hits all in melee. Is that this fella? Sacrificing his own flesh, dealing 318 physical damage to enemies in melee and 53 damage to himself. Yeah, well, if he's been stacked up with a healer, he's going to do bits, isn't he? There we go. Well, that's an easy win. So let's get those guys in there. Let's get that lot out there. Let's grab these. These are anima, aren't they? Grab these anima things real quick. Wow, you can solo it now. Lovely. Lovely. Single companion soloing an anima mission is perfect. Any big experience stuff. 1500 skinning cash. Go on then. You guys probably can't complete it, can you? Because you're dead. You're useless to me. Oh, you're also useless to me. Okay, you're all useless to me. What's going on here then? Fooey. Okay, maybe we're not completing that one yet. You can mark companions as favourites nowadays, by the way. Something like alt clicking. Can you really? Hang on. Hang on. Maybe not after I've already sent them, but that would be incredibly useful. Oh! You can bang a star on them. Alt and click to remove favourite. Go on. Go on. Absolutely genius. So, now we have... Oh, they're on... You can't do anything when they're on a mission, but okay. Well, that's absolutely wonderful. Thank you, thank you. So you guys have all of the answers. Genuinely have all of the answers. Blows my mind. I swear I learn more from you guys while streaming than you guys do from me. I swear this is not a symbiotic relationship. I think I'm just scamming you all for your knowledge. It's gross. Shadowcast ingots are selling for 650 gold each, costing 172 to craft 2. Super win. They've been flying off the shelves, and I've got enough mats to make another 480,000 of them. I think it's weird, right? I think this ridiculously high price of materials is just a pre-patch thing. I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's just a pre-patch thing. So if you've got really high material prices, just cash out. You know, get your, like, cash out now. Because once flying lands in a week's time, or 8 days time, or whatever it is, as soon as we start getting flying, and you've got to remember the influx of players coming back to the game is going to be ridiculous. And nobody really needs to buy anything in the first week. Let's not forget that there's all of the goal makers and all of the crafters don't really need to be buying materials in the first week, because you're not crafting legendaries the first week. You're not crafting Crafter's Mark 3 gear in the first week. There's a bunch of stuff that you're just not doing yet. Yet everybody is going to be back playing the game. The supply of materials in the first week is going to be ludicrous. Now, admittedly, most people will probably be in Korthia, so Elysium, Nightshade will be available for the gatherers, but not much else. And there's not going to be a huge amount of people that are going to want to spend their time herbing and mining the week before you get flying. Seems a bit gross, but... Kitty Sprinkles, how we doing? We've been live for about 20 minutes at this point. My commands are pretty trash. Half of them don't work. No leather in Korthia? Well, there is definitely leather in Korthia. There's definitely leather in Korthia. That should be said, actually. So, yeah, the leatherworking side of materials should be good, but... there's no basic. It's basically the Moor, isn't it? So it's Elysium and it's Nightshade, the big ones. Do you think it's a good idea to buy a ton of lightless silk for about 15 gold a piece? 15 gold a piece sounds really cheap these days. Unless, of course, you play on the NA realms, where 15 gold is about 5 times the market price. NA's a bit broke. Is NA fixed itself yet? Has Dirty Herbie and Hickons bought it all yet? Should we have a look? Should we have a quick look? This was my cheeky little video on Thursday, which I'm hoping you all watched. We need to go. Where are we going? We are going to what's the website? Undermine Journal. My God, my brain genuinely doesn't work. Let's go US Area 52. Oh wow, okay, that was good timing. Aha, okay. So they're starting to wake up. Starting to wake up. The region price of lightless silk is it went all the way up to 30 gold on Saturday. Did somebody just buy everything? Okay, well the volatility in these prices is bonkers. But lightless silk even in the NA realms is going up. So 15 gold a piece is probably a pretty safe buy. I wouldn't dump all your gold into it though. Mine's 17 gold in the NA. Oh, there we go. Then that sounds better. That sounds better. Any idea on how hard it will be to farm Corthia crystals on alts? Is it something that will take like an hour per character? Well, the basics of there's three basic ways you can go about doing it. There's a I'll tell you what. Let me just show you. It's easier if I show you. Corthite crystals. This is in the Shadowlands cheat sheet, by the way. Cheat sheet is linked in the Discord, so jump over to my Discord if you want to use this cheat sheet. But if you basically put minimum effort in by just doing the dailies in Corthia, at the start there's 3 dailies. So it's as simple as just, you know, run over to Corthia, check the rewards for the dailies, and if one is a Corthite crystal, then go do it. Which is pretty easy. I'd say there's about an hour's worth of effort to get into Corthia in the first place. It's basically like, you know, the more intro quest for Shadowlands, which everybody got annoyed with, it's basically that. But it is skippable. Now, if you skip it, you're going to forego a bit of reputation with Death's Advance, I feel. But you save yourself a bit of time, so it's up to you. But 5 a week, roughly, Corthite crystal wise, with very little effort. Just go in there daily, like basically like raid logging, but for Corthite crystals. You know, log on, check the dailies. If there's one that gives you a Corthite crystal, go do it. If there's not, log off. If you do casual daily play on the characters though, this includes running around killing some of the rares and gathering up some of the treasures, you'll probably average about 10 Corthite crystals a week per character. And of course, if you absolutely go ham, min-max it and do basically everything that you can in Corthia on that character every day, if you basically like play a main character and do nothing else, you'll probably get close to 20 Corthite crystals in a week. Because you're killing every rare and looting every treasure every day, meaning that you know your chances per day for those loots are greater. So I'm probably going to find myself sat somewhere in the middle. I'm probably not going to do everything every day on every character. I'm going to be running 4 characters through Corthia on a daily basis, 4 minimum, possibly even 6. So I will probably do it in a way that I will do the bare minimum on all my characters first, just so the bare minimum's done, and any spare time I have, I will then go back into killing rares and, you know, gathering stuff up. The advantage I have is that I've spent so much time on the beta, the PTR, that I just kind of know the zone like the back of my hand already. I can run around Corthia with my eyes closed, basically. I know where most of the rares spawn, I know where the events are, I know where the treasures spawn, so it's going to be relative. I don't need... to be fair, you can probably just use handy notes, I would guess. At a guess, handy notes will probably be up and running day 1, I would imagine. I'm sure whoever it is that creates handy notes has been running around plotting where everything spawns, because of course their add-on is pretty big nowadays. Either handy notes or what's it, Tomcat, a fellow streamer, obviously. Tomcat does the similar add-on as well. So thoughts on the change to Soul Cinders needed for rank 5? The latest Wowhead article on it says 1100 for rank 5, which means week 3 at the earliest. Do you think everything included at least... Whoa. Back the truck up. Hang on. See, this is what happens when I take 3 days off. This is what happens when I take 3 days off. What's this? Thoughts on a Soul Cinders change? I didn't even know there was a Soul Cinders change. Link me. I need articles. Let's find out together. To be honest, if Corthia is worth like 10k each at start, it might not even be a good idea to farm in terms of gold per hour. If you get one every 15 to 20 minutes doing dailies, etc., might be worse than skinning farms at launch. Probably won't be. Okay, let's check this. When did this come out? 3 days ago. How to upgrade legendaries to rank 5 and 6 in patch 9.1. Patch 9.1 launches next week. Blah 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 blah. From the new Soul Cinders currency to craft higher level items. Yeah, Corthite crystals. We know these. Upgrading to 5 and 6. Legendary items can be upgraded to X and Y. Soul Cinders instead of Soul Ash. Yeah, nothing new here. I know how you make them. Are these numbers right? 40 Corthite crystals, Shadowgast ingots, 2222, 270, 400, 475. Yep, they're right. The reputation requirement means you'll need to do a little bit of questing before the new legendary bases can be, and you'll need to complete a campaign quest involving the rune carver to actually use it. Although the requirements won't take as long as gathering enough soul cinders to actually craft. This campaign is week 2 for those that care. Vallegro, how are we doing, my man? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Keep in mind the vestiges and Corthite crystals are only needed if you craft the things yourself. Rank 5 and 6 bases can be bought and sold on the auction house. You can still opt to skip the crafting and purchase one instead, which is what literally 99% of the player base will be doing. Someone will have to get the reputation and collect the crystals, just not you. Yes, we know all this. We know all this. Oh! Whoa! Big news! This is game changing. Along with the appropriate base, you'll need 1100 soul cinders for a rank 5. And another 550 to reach rank 6. When did this change? This was 400. This was 400 for the longest of time. When did this go up to 1100? That's crazy. That totally changes the way that people are going to interact with legendaries completely. If true, I think it kills rank 5 sales. What it does is it heavily changes the value of Corthite crystals. Like, completely. Because the reason Corthite crystals were going to be ludicrously expensive is because everybody was going to want their rank 5 legendary at the start of the second week when crafters can start making them. And there simply wasn't enough Corthite crystals to go around for everybody to have, which is hence why the Corthite crystals were going to be expensive. If it's going to take people roughly 3 weeks, hang on. Will be available after Mythic comes out, and rank 6 is a quick follow-up. Do we know exactly? Here we go. Soul Cinders drops per week. Let's take a little looky. So these projections are estimates. Let's clarify that to begin with. This is an estimation. We still do not have a complete understanding of the 9.1 content unlock cycle, but we believe right now you'll be able to earn up to 510 Soul Cinders a week once you have unlocked all Torghast layers. Now, this also seems to be indicating that there might be some time gating to Torghast. Between 60 to 360 Soul Cinders from completing your Torghast wings. We knew that the lion's share was going to come from Torghast still, but this time you can get Soul Cinders by doing other stuff. Completing higher layers will award currency from the lower ones, so each layer does not need to be run individually. Yeah, you just do the highest you can. We know how that works. That said, we do not currently know if all layers will become available at once or reasonably completable with Season 1 gear. Well, The last time I saw Preach testing this, he said that in his 226 item level hunter, now let's not forget that a hunter is actually one of the better classes for soloing things like Torghast because of their pet. As long as your pet doesn't die, you are golden. So you almost have a 5 item level bump just because of your pet. But I think Preach was running through there in 226 gear, and he wasn't able to 5-star or 5 gem, whatever you want to call it, layer 12, but he was able to complete it. The once you unlocked all layers is just the fact that you need to progress to the new layers with the timer scoring system. Yeah, you don't instantly get access to layer 12. So, for example, you'll start with I wonder if they'll just give you layer 9. I think they're just going to give you layer 9 because, of course, we've got 8 now. They'll just give you layer 9, and then if you successfully complete layer 9 fast enough, you will unlock layer 10. It's based on this scoring system. There's 5 rank. Should we just call them gems? I don't know. You can get 5 gems, 4 gems, 3 gems, 2 gems, whatever, with a layer of Torghast. So it's, are we going to call them stars then? Okay. You have to first 4-star layer 8. Okay. Well, either way, you unlock the new layers by gaining a high star rating. The star rating's out of 5. I believe, somebody will quote me, tell me if I'm wrong on this one, but I believe that you need a 4-star, 4 out of 5 stars to unlock the next layer. 5 stars is just sort of, 5 stars does 2 things. If you get 5 stars on a layer of any of the new layers, there's a bonus area that you might have access to, and additionally it's just a point scoring bragging rights sort of thing. I think it's reasonable to think that you will have story missions like attuned shards in the new Torghast levels, which will likely reward you soul cinders. Yeah, there's almost always a questing path, and that questing path is usually going to give you some of the currency that you need. So there may be, if this is the default, there may be a few bonus cinders along the way somewhere. Plus, we already know that you can get soul cinders from the mission table. So all of you boys and girls that have been on the mission table, there's an advantage for you. We already know that there are soul cinders on the mission table. So there are going to be more than just these ways to get it. This number is not going to be fixed. It will float up and down a little bit. I think it's going to mess with the maths. Yeah, I think the maths is going to be very tight because, of course, if you're getting 510 apiece each week, that theoretically is 1,020 after 2 weeks, meaning that you need to magic another 80 soul cinders out your ass from somewhere to be able to get your rank 5 legendary in week 2, or you're going to be just a little bit short and get it week 3. But that's in essence where we can, basically they've pushed it back a week. They've pushed the legendary acquisition of rank 5s back a week. Probably because they want to push it back to Mythic. The Mythic raid opening. Okay. But like I said, the main significance to this is what it's going to, for us at least, I'm going to talk about the goal-making community generally. The main difference to the goal-making community is going to be very simple, that it's going to drop the overall value of Corthite crystals, because it's going to be, instead of 1 week, instead of it going to be 7 days before people can buy and use their legendaries, it's going to be 14 days. So it means you've got twice as much time to be gathering your Corthite crystals before you can actually even craft your legendary. And I'm not talking the base item, I'm talking about the legendary. So once you've got the base item, take it to the rune carver and do the magic there. There's at least 1 quest with 100 cinders. Well, there we go then. So if you're on curve with your soul cinders, you're doing your Torghast, you're doing your Tormentors of Torghast. That's going to give you 50 soul cinders. This is just a weekly quest. And you're also doing the assaults, which will give you 50 each. If you're staying somewhat on curve, plus doing the Primus Returns quest. In fact, I remember that quest. Yes. That's actually... That quest comes in week 2. That's part of the quest before... It's part of the quest you do before you get the Tome of Origins, if I remember right. Which will be a week 2 quest. So there'll be your extra 100, which will mean in theory, once you've done everything in week 2, now obviously you're going to be somewhat restricted to, you know, the bi-weekly assaults. It's going to be when the second assault of week 2 becomes available that people will be able to get that last little bit of soul cinders they need to then go out and craft their legendary. But realistically, it might not matter too much until week 3 anyway. Torghast has a story quest every week on launch before we reach the cap, so I'm going to assume there's going to be one with a soul cinders reward each week. That would make sense. Definitely, it would make sense. Torghast, sigh. Well, at least there's a little bit more to Torghast this time, rather than it just being a, you know, an all or nothing situation. There is the new power system, there's new leveling system. Torghast is I wouldn't say they've dramatically increased the fun of Torghast, but they have, it feels more complete, I guess. Whether it's actually more fun or not, I don't know, we'll have to see. The problem is when they make things mandatory, it's very, very difficult to extract the fun out of them when it's a mandatory thing for people to be doing. Hydrating, I am Mad Hatter, thank you very much. I'm getting this coffee in me as quick as I can. Somebody did a posture check earlier, which I didn't ignore. I saw it, but was halfway through a sentence. We will get the posture check on the go. So I think you were just holding it. See, I do too much talking. That's the problem. I do too much talking. Absolutely too much talking. But this is quite interesting, right? By this maths, if this is the only acquisition of soul cinders, which we already know it's not actually the only acquisition, it would take 2.15 weeks worth of soul cinders to be able to craft a rank 5 legendary, or 3 weeks to get enough soul cinders for rank 6. This is, however, predicted on all activities and 3 new layers of Torghast being available at the same time, so it doesn't necessarily mean you'll have rank 5 or 6 legendaries by the 3rd or 4th week. It does appear that with there only being 2 ranks of legendaries, they've tried to sort of slow it down a little bit. Maybe this is a good thing. It will... It's kind of true to say, though, it is going to have an effect on rank 5s. It now makes crafting rank 5s a lot riskier. I mean, because what's 235 to 249? That's a 14. That's a 14 item level jump. This is a 13 item level jump. So I guess in theory the power gain by going up to rank 5 and then up to rank 6 is going to be, at least at face value, equal, right? Wowhead article is missing that not all ranks will be available week 1. Do you mean in terms of Torghast, that you won't be able... Layers, yeah. Do we know that, though? Is that going to be a thing? I've not tested Torghast enough on the PTR, but do we think that they're actually going to drip feed Torghast layers to? Because I remember when the game launched, we got like the first 3 layers the first week, and then it went up to the first 6 layers, and then it eventually unlocked all 8. We didn't get them all in one go, but the whole new progression system of unlocking the new ones may mean that you can, you know, get going to begin with. But I can categorically say this is going to dramatically change the value of Korthite crystals. Dramatically. Because people have now got twice as long to farm them, which instantly halves their value. Because the reason Corthite crystals were going to be ludicrously expensive was because everybody was going to want them really quickly, and there wasn't enough to go around. Now, if people have got 2 weeks to gather them, it basically halves their starting price. Because there'll be a drip feed of Corthite crystals onto the auction house every single day, and people are now going to have what appears to be at least 14 days before they actually need their base legendary item. And let's not forget, average Joe isn't buying these Corthite crystals. It's actually the crafters that are buying them. The crafters now have twice as much time before they really will see a spike in demand. Also means only idiots will buy the Corthite on weeks 1 and 2. Well, it's hard to say, right? It's not so much the idiots, it's more the gamblers, because the way the markets work on these sorts of things is quite interesting. When there's a constant supply of an item but not a huge demand, it's very easy for goblins to artificially create demand, right? Because they're buying them all, knowing that they don't need them yet. But they buy them knowing that next week the drip feed is not enough to meet the demand next week, and so they're stockpiling. So there will definitely be a fair amount of crafters out there buying in the first week, but it's gonna be really interesting to see on the larger realms how this happens. I think it's gonna be. I mean, we could see Corthite crystals on some medium to low pop realms being like 500 gold a piece, and then you could turn to one of the big realms and you'll see Corthite crystals at 20,000 gold a piece or something ridiculous. It's a huge gamble to buy the first week. I'm probably going to just watch. This is what I like to do. I did this at the beginning of at the beginning of the expansion, and it worked reasonably well. I just watched the material prices for a few days. Now, the reason I was watching was because I didn't have a lot of gold to jump in there and start buying. But watching the material prices and what they do over the first few days will be really telling to what it's going to end up being. Why would you sell for 500 a piece when the vendor is 1,250? The vendor's not 1,250. That's 1,250 if you trade in 40 of them. Because it adds the, like, if you're looking by the unlearned tab, you'll see that there's when you hover over the 40 Corthite crystals, that is the vendor value for 40 of them, not just for a single piece. Icy Veins seems to indicate that it's a new layer each week. Okay, let's check this Icy Veins article then. Patch 9.1 is coming next week, so we're looking at what's available day 1 and the following weeks. Updated, Blizzard just confirmed that Ahead of the Curve Cutting Edge Denathrius achievement will be going away July 6th. Is this based on a blue post, or is this based on... I mean, this is great, but I want to know who wrote it. Is this actually a blue post, or is this just something somebody's put together? I don't know how Icy Veins works in this regard. Chains of Domination releases this day. First 3 Corthia campaign chapters will become available. A rapid renown catch-up will be available to characters that haven't reached renown 40 yet. I believe this rapid renown blue post, click on confirmed. Ah, okay. Okay. Next week's major content update in the start of Season 2, the following week, blah, 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 blah. PvP, yep, cool. Raiding, Castle Nathria will be open and available for raiders to take their last shots, earning Ahead of the Curve and Cutting Edge achievements until the weekly reset on July the 6th. New Sanctum of Domination raid will open for normal and heroic on July 6th, with Mythic and Raid Finder opening on July 13th. Dungeons, Mythic Season 1, Keystone, blah blah blah. New Dungeon Tazavesh. Doesn't say anything about Torghast. Doesn't say anything about Torghast. What if we go to the source? Does it show more here? No. So nothing specifically about Torghast. Torghast Layer 9 will become available. Renown cap will be 43 after the first week. Renown cap increases to 46 in the second week. You unlock flying. Torghast Layer 10 becomes available. Torghast Layer 11 opens. So this is seeming to indicate that it's only one layer a week, but I don't like the fact that this isn't actually. This feels like somebody's just wrote this. Rapid Renown catch up and week 3 legendaries. Does that mean our crafters alts can chill on farming Renown 40 to not miss out? My crafter's only 22 at the moment. I've done 4 M+ in a row with no renown. The rapid renown catch up, to my understanding, is anything that would give you a renown currently will give you 2 renown up until 40. So they've basically just they've doubled it. It's the same system, but instead of giving that, so that they probably don't have to change the actual system. Instead of it giving you 1 renown, it'll just give you 2 until you're up to 40, and then it'll kick back in to be normal, is what I believe it to be. How would it even work if only 1 layer of Torghast opens up? You wouldn't even get rank 5 by week 5. Yeah, I like I said, I'm less inclined to believe this, since this is just wrote. I mean, it's a mod, sure, but it's not a blue post. And that would in essence mean, yeah, because you it's, yeah, that doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. Blue post doesn't actually say anything about Torghast. You're right. And that if you were only being drip fed soul cinders at that lower rate, yeah, it would push back the acquisition of legendaries too far. I think you can go all the way to floor 12 in the first week. I'd be surprised if that's not the case. Because they'll probably balance the acquisition of legendaries on this. These extra little fluffy bonus bits are cool to do. Like, people who want their legendary ASAP are going to do these anyway. But it's going to be balanced around Torghast again. And so they're going to balance it around some people that are already mythic geared being able to just zerg it if they want to. I think they're a little bit more cautious about making Torghast time gated, because they did that in 9.0 and people lost their minds that Torghast turned into Chorghast, you know? So I would imagine they just, you know, here's a new Torghast system, boom, go at it. Especially considering there's actually the talent tree thing for Torghast as well. I'm not sure if you guys have seen that. So the more you complete Torghast, there's another currency you get from Torghast. I can't remember what it's called, but you unlock a cube. You unlock Kanai's cube. It's not called Kanai's cube, by the way. That's a D3 reference. You unlock a cube, a box of mysteries or something, and then there's a talent tree within Torghast. So they'll probably want you to chip away at that as well, which will in turn mean that even the top. It is called a Herodric cube. Is it really? No. Wow, okay. No, it's not. Whatever. Yeah, I think I think it naturally is going to filter itself, because until you're actually not only relatively well geared, but you've also completed a lot of the new Torghast talent tree, they'll want to make it so these harder levels are a little bit more difficult. I would love if there were bigger requirements for rank 6 Soul Cinders in order to ensure that rank 5s are useful for much longer and not worth skipping. Yeah, it feels a bit gross that it's over 1,000 Soul Cinders for your rank 5, but then I say only, but then only like 500 additional. It's 1 week, just over 1 week's worth of extra stuff. Because you know that if there's a 550 difference and you can get 510 in a week, those that can min-max their mission table and those that happen to have done the quest, there'll be quests as well. So you'll wait 2, maybe 3 weeks to get your rank 5, and then it'll literally be 1 week later you'll buy your rank 6. Now nobody's going to spend 500,000 gold on a rank 5 to then have to spend another 500,000 gold the next week to get their rank 6. It's just not going to happen. What renown was it that you should start doing the Covenant campaign to get max renown? Well, there's 9 chapters of the Covenant campaign, so people were saying that you can get 9 renown from it. So technically 31, but if you haven't done your guaranteed things, so if you haven't handed in your cinders, if you haven't handed in your souls from the Maw, and if you haven't done the world boss yet, there's an extra 3. So you sort of 28 technically. Between 28 and 31. And then you do the campaign and you just get 40. Even with 1 layer opening each week, people will still end up with over 1,100 in week 3, so it works out quite nicely. There we go. There's the maths done then. Rank 4, rank 5, difference means rank 5 is for people who can afford to waste the money. Everyone else is just going to buy rank 4s. Well, the thing is right, rank 4s are going to be just... Rank 4s are going to be considered cheap, I would imagine. It's a bit bonkers. 23 at the moment, with World Boss Souls and 1k Anima done. Ooh, ouch. Keep going, my man, keep going. Roscoe, how we doing? Good morning to you, welcome. How long a day will it take me to do the dailies, weeklies on a toon? Asking for rep purposes. For rep purposes, weirdly, the weekly, you can in theory bash it out in a single day, or if you know you're going to be doing your dailies every day, you'll complete it passively, so then you only need to do your dailies every day. Now you start with 3 dailies in Korthia, which, depending on how quickly you can zerg through 3 dailies, now I would imagine that each layer of Korthia is going to be pretty heavily populated with people, so doing the dailies is not going to take you that long as well, because you'll mostly just be running around tagging things and things will just be dying. I would imagine maybe half an hour to an hour to do the dailies, maybe 10 minutes for each daily. That seems relatively fair. I can't imagine it's going to take too long to do sort of the bare minimum rep wise. Dungeon spam till renown 28, then hand in callings, world boss, weekly, anima souls, etc. Then do the campaign for the rest. Yeah, that seems to be about the given way to do it. Right, okay. Well, that was a massive tangent to what we actually planned on going to, but this is all good knowledge. This is all things we need to be aware of. Do we think? Hang on. Do we think we should maybe do the? Do we think we should maybe do the weekly Wowhead thingy, my bob? I think we probably should. Live. Did the campaign too quickly, got stuck at 25-ish. Yeah, it's slightly counterintuitive. You want to be doing the campaign though, because it's a really easy way to gear up. But if you're actually after renown, you just have to you probably have to gear up via the auction house so that you can do the campaign at the end, kind of thing. Where's the Wowhead Economy Weekly Wrap Up? Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Right, so we'll get this up and running. For those who are in chat right now and are regulars, you'll be aware that I tend to go through this every week, and I, in real lazy mode, basically take this section of the... Hang on, let me get rid of this for a minute. I basically take this section of the stream and put it on YouTube later for those that miss it. So for the most part, I will be recording this like it's a YouTube video. I will answer questions in chat as and when they sort of jump in and are relevant to the and would add to the purpose of the video. Alternatively, once we've gone through the article in its utmost, I will jump into chat and we'll do all of the Q&A about it. So yeah, feel free to post your... Yes, thank you, Vallegro, for the link to the blog itself. People can have a read through it at the same time if they wish. But yes, I'm going to... Like I said, we record this as if it's a YouTube video. Or at least I record... I talk about this as if it's a YouTube video. Okay then, so it's time for this week's Wowhead Economy Weekly Wrap-Up. We're up to episode 183 now. First and foremost, we have to give a big shout out to Samadan. He puts this together for us each and every week. You can catch Samadan over on his YouTube channel, or of course, he streams on Twitch as well. If you're watching this video live on Twitch, feel free to put your questions in the chat. I will get to them as and when they're relevant. If not, we'll do a Q&A section at the end. If you're watching this on YouTube, please remember to give the video a like and hit that subscribe button. With patch 9.1 only a couple of days away, you can expect loads of more content from myself on the World of Warcraft economy and gold making in general. But let's see what's on our table of contents this week then. We have some 9.1 legendary changes. What is going to be best in slot for gold making? We have an interview with Sapu, the lead developer of Trade Skill Master. TBC Classic Gold Investments for Phase 2. And then there's a little bit of further reading for those that want to dive a little bit deeper. Now then. 9.1 legendary changes. What is BIS for gold making? So a lot of last minute changes and clarifications have been hitting the news recently, with lots of speculation of what's going to be the most optimal option for players. This has had a huge knock-on effect for gold makers wanting to craft their legendaries to make some gold, effectively further restricting these slots that min-max players are likely going to opt for. The focus at the moment seems to be rings, necks and cloaks, favoured largely by many classes as the best in slot for legendary choices. This is mainly down to the new domination gear that drops in the raid having very, very powerful domination sockets. These sockets are... You can put gems in these sockets, and in essence, once you put 3 gems in these bits of gear, you get a nice bonus, and this bonus is very, very powerful. So powerful, in fact, that it's taking preference over your actual legendary in terms of you want your domination gear, you want your domination gem, and you want to make sure that you've at least got 3 of them for the bonus. This means that things like your chest, your helm, your shoulders, which are item slots that are going to be focused by this domination gear, is now no longer going to be an optimal place for you to put your legendary, meaning that people are swapping their legendaries left, right and centre, and the legendaries are being pushed more to the outside, more to the off pieces, hence the rings, the necks and the cloaks. Let's go through this a little bit more in detail. Pyromelter said, yes, rings are going to be selling like crazy. Preach and others who've discussed the raiding issues have been talking about this for a while, and my post on Sunday was describing just this. Other things to keep in mind is pants. There is no shard sockets on pants so far as we know. and pants are considered a high stat value item, similar to that of the chest or the shoulders or the helm. They have a lot more stuff on them. They're more powerful pieces of gear generally. So if there's a choice between a ring and pants, it's likely that the pants will become the recommended slot. So yes, obviously if you craft a ring, there's less physical stats on a ring than there are on a pair of pants. So if you're really trying to min-max, bearing in mind your legendary items are usually a step above or 2 steps above in some cases in terms of their actual item level, you can get a lot of just raw stats off these high item level legendaries. So yes, given the option, people will probably put them in the pants. Outside of that being an option, your rings, your necks, your cloaks, belts in some cases, even boots with a couple of classes will be considered possibilities for their legendaries. But this is very, very quickly going to push jewel crafting into a good spot, that's for sure. Have a little look at this list of BIS legendaries to recraft and see if there are any you can make for yourself. Even if only at currently rank 3, you'll be able to craft some rank 5 pieces. Yes, so if you're a crafter out there and you've been leveling up your legendary pieces, you will want to at least have the your main focus on rank 3 items. Rank 4 is a luxury to have unlocked right now, but it's not an essential, because of course a rank 3 with a Vestige of Origins, which is the new crafting reagent, will generate a rank 5 base item, so you'll be good to go in that regards. Lazy Goldmaker has put together a little video going through his thoughts on this. This was quite in depth, as we've come to expect from the Lazy Goldmaker, so make sure you go check this video out if you haven't already. Let's keep going. There is a huge amount of speculation already, and markets have reacted strongly as players scramble to buy ore needed for jewel crafting. There are certainly opportunities to be had flipping markets right now, or even just straight up farming, especially if you have that druid and has the ability to run through them ore. Let's take a look at the lithium ore prices. Of course, a lithium ore being your rare one. Ironically, a lithium ore is not actually a firm favourite for jewel crafters when it comes to prospecting, usually because it's significantly more expensive. There is some maths behind whether you should be prospecting a lithium or lacerite, because both of those will give you all 4 of the essences needed when prospected. It's a 10 times multiplier for those that care. So if your lithium ore is say 100 gold and your lacerite is 10 gold, they will basically cost per essence be about equal. But let's see what's been happening with the supply and the demand on a lithium ore. This is, I believe this first one is going to be the EU. So you can see there's been a steady decline of the actual available lithium for a little while now. A slow and steady decline in the availability. The price wasn't really doing a lot, but now people are getting prepared and getting planned for 9.1. The actual value of the lithium ore has shot up recently, massively so. And these, of course, are averages. So this is not just, just one realm. This is all of the realms, generally speaking, have seen an increase in price. We do a comparison then to the NA. Things are a little bit different on the NA. Things always seem to work a little bit differently over there. Same sort of scenario though. You can see this same sort of downward trend in actual available quantity, and a slightly less dramatic increase in price. It's safe to say there's not as many gold makers over on the NA realms, meaning that there's usually less of an impact by sort of changes like this. But you can definitely see people have got wind of what's going on. They've gone out, they've farmed a bit of it, they've put it on the auction house, and they're making good gold by doing so, I'd imagine. So there's a definite spike over the last few days, and it's only going to get more expensive as people try and scrabble to capture the markets. This is kind of true when you think about the gold making community in general, our knowledge is 10 times that of what the average player is when it comes to these sort of things. Most people won't see these changes happening before it physically hits them in the face. So it'll be when patch 9.1 launches, when they work out what's going on with the new patch and what the new content is, then they will see that, oh, right, okay, I need to recraft my legendary. Let me go look at the auction house and see what the prices of the legendaries are today. People are what we like to refer to as reactionary. They do something based on something that changes. They're not proactive in terms of, looking too far ahead. Now, a good goblin will always be looking forward. Good goblins keep their eyes on the patch notes. Good goblins keep their eyes on the PTR. And even better goblins hit the subscribe button on Manthius's YouTube channel. Those guys are the ones that are going to see these things coming and be able to be ahead of the game. People who are squirreling away materials for the last month or two will usually have that little bit of an advantage going forward. Not sure about the last part? No. That was that was the best tip in the whole thing. Lazy Goldmaker's done another video. He's been banging out the videos this week, even more so than myself. Lazy Goldmaker has another video talking specifically about the ore and jewel crafting prices and what you can do about it. So if you happen to be a jewel crafter, make sure you go check this one out as well. Lazy's putting out some good content recently. I did a video talking about basically reviewing the Wowhead post that came out, but we put together some maths or a checklist, I suppose you can call it. You can see it here. My 9.1 Lego BIS list. This is what you should be probably focusing on from a crafter's perspective. Now, this is just focusing on the people that are changing their legendary in some way, shape or form, but about 90% of people are probably going to have to change their legendary in 9.1, so this is pretty inclusive, but there are some things that aren't focused on as heavily. But you can see very quickly that if you are a tailor and you're making Grim Veiled gear, you want to be crafting capes. Everybody is changing their legendary to capes because it's in a piece that is, boom, it's just a good place. It's a safe spot to have their legendary. It's not going to get in the way of any of this new domination gear. Umberhide and Bone Shatter, the meta is going to be pushed towards the legs a little bit, simply for the fact that they're the big stat items. But a lot of leather wearers and mail wearers are probably going to have to end up in the jewel crafting. Either they're going to be looking at getting the ring or in some cases the necklace. Jewel crafting is going to have a very, very strong patch 9.1, and this means those that have been stockpiling ore for a little while it's been really, really cheap are going to have really, really good, and by good I mean low, crafting costs for these ranks 1 through till 6 eventually. So jewel crafting is going to be really, really good. So yeah, feel free to have a little bit of a look at this. This is on my cheat sheet. My cheat sheet is always linked either in my Discord if you want the most up-to-date version of it. That's the best way to get access to it. There's a link to the Discord down below. Right, what's next on the list then? Let's have a little look. With all this speculation and reactions, there's always opportunities to make gold. I suspect other legendary slots will still be worth listing at ranks 5 and 6 if you can make profit on your server. Well, this is true. Now, I didn't highlight it very well, but this isn't, like I said, a fully inclusive list. Oh, there we go. Somebody with a host. Thank you very much. We do know for a fact that legs are going to be a popular one for some of the other professions as well. So the other pieces will still sell. They'll just sell slightly less frequently. Most of the game tends to revolve around the raiding meta, at least to a reasonable degree. Most Wowhead articles and class guides, most Icy Veins articles and class guides tend to be written from a sort of a raiding perspective, and they're the kind of things that your average player base looks to when it comes to like working out what their best gear is. So even if they're not super active raiders, they tend to play the game like a raider, even if they don't do much raiding. So you'll expect these item slots to be the popular ones, I would imagine. It is worth remembering that the attractiveness of freshly rune-crafted legendary base items is a lot less now, as they don't have a socket, and newly rune-crafted ones in 9.1 will have a socket. Haha, okay, this is gross. What we hate in crafting systems is anything that is unnecessarily confusing. This is by definition unnecessarily confusing. What's happened is because of this hoo-ha with the domination stuff, Blizzard has thought it's sensible to now make it so that if you craft a base legendary item in patch 9.1, it will come with a gem socket on it. Now, what's going to happen is not only is this probably going to break add-ons, we'll talk about that in a little bit, because it will be based on stupid bonus IDs again. Those that are aware of how TSM works will understand. But you'll now start to see some base legendary items with a socket and some of the exact same base legendary items without a socket. That's going to happen because some will have been made before the patch, some will be made after the patch. Now the stupid thing is it doesn't really matter. Even if you use a base item that doesn't have a socket on it, when you go to the rune carver with your missives and you make that new legendary, or you use that base item to upgrade your legendary, hey presto, a socket will appear on it. So it doesn't really matter which one you buy from the auction house, whether you buy one with a socket or one without a socket. But that's not how people think. No, that's relying on the fact that everybody knows that. Now, most people won't know that, which will mean that people will go to the auction house, and if they see their umber hide leggings at rank 5 with a at rank 4 with a socket, and they see one at rank 4 without a socket, they're going to buy the one with a socket because they don't know that they're going to get the socket anyway. It's really gross because it means from a crafter's perspective, anything that you've got already crafted now, even though it's technically not lesser value, it looks like it's lesser value, which means they will sell less frequently and be more difficult to shift. Bit of an annoyance, right? But it's something that we'll just have to deal with as a crafter. Bad example, by the way, legs don't get sockets, the head does. Alright, either or. The point being is that there'll be this on the auction house, it'll look like one has a socket and one doesn't, but in reality, when you use that base item, it will just get the socket anyway. Kind of an annoyance, but we'll have to deal with it. Anyway, let's move on to the next next topic, sorry. There is also a market for Crafters Mark III, which I imagine will see healthy sales as players will want to gear up their alts to run multiple daily quests for Korthite. Crafters Mark III is the next step up. You'll be used to the Crafters Mark II so far. You gain Crafters Mark II from Venari once you reach a certain standing with her. Can't remember exactly what it was. That Crafters Mark II made gear that was item level 168, and anybody that got on board with crafting that and selling it on the auction house knew that it sold very, very well. Those that were early to get hold of it were able to see some fantastic profits from that sort of catch-up gear. Crafters Mark III is the 9.1 equivalent of. It's going to mean that you can create the same bits of gear again, but up to an item level of 200, and you can throw them on the auction house for all those freshly dinged level 60s to grab and quickly catch up their gearing, which is good. Please do not worry if you've not invested into the legendary market. It is incredibly expensive to get into, and there are other steady ways to make gold without spending so much. The crafters marks as suggested above: alchemy, enchanting, inscription, and cooking, just to name a few other professions. Even doing callings in the mission tables can be lucrative too. Yeah, this is Samadan's approach to making sure that everybody is aware that whilst legendaries are a cash cow, without question, there's a really big barrier to entry with legendaries. I know I bang on about legendaries all day, but I talk about what is the most optimal way to make gold for the most part, and it then becomes hard to talk about anything else. But yes, alchemy especially, we are going into raiding season again. Alchemy is a seasonal profession for the most part, that it sees a massive spike in demand as and when there's a new raid out. Of course, outside of raid season, people are still buying their potions and their flasks for PvP and for Mythic Plus, but the raiding season is where you see the big spike in demand for alchemy. Same can be said for cooking. Food buffs, massive demand for those early days. So if you haven't got the gold or the desire to enter the legendary market so far, you can still make a big chunk of change, getting yourself prepared and planning ahead for the new raid, which is coming out in a couple of weeks. Remember, first and foremost, to have fun. Yes, it's true. Don't take it all too seriously. You can casually make gold over a long period of time and have more than enough gold to do virtually anything you want in game. So don't grind too hard. Remember that we are here to have fun. Fun, question mark. Okay, maybe some people disagree, but yes, sure. Anyway, next we've got an interview with Sapyu, the lead developer of Trade Skill Master. You guys will be aware of the Auction House podcast that's done by Jack and Zanzaful. I've been fortunate enough to have been a guest on there a few times already. This week they had Sapyu, the lead developer of Trade Skill Master, on there, and there was a few cool things that came out of it. Now, of course, I don't want to spoil the podcast for those that haven't listened to it, but if you are into goal making and you use Trade Skill Master, there was some good insights to how Trade Skill Master's developed, where their focus is going forward with the add-on. And they covered a few things that will probably surprise you. So make sure you go out and have a listen to it. It's available on a whole bunch of platforms. I'm going to be honest. I think they're a little bit soft on Sapyu. I'm of the opinion that 8 months for Trade Skill Master to have its first add-on is just too slow, considering the size of the Trade Skill Master team and the dominance that this add-on has on the game, but that's just my opinion. I'm glad to see that patch Trade Skill Master 4.11 is for the most part readily available. It is in beta technically, so it's a little bit pay to win right now, but it's all good. It's there. It's coming. For reference, those that care and those that are still watching, my Trade Skill Master 4.11/9.1 groups will be available very soon. I'm still putting the finishing touches to them once they're readily available. My Patreons and my tier 2 subs on Twitch will have full access to both the groups and the operations, so they can copy them in for their profile and just get blasting with goal making. Links to that down below. Now, last thing I think on this is TBC Classic Gold investments for Phase 2. Now, this is way over my head as I've not been playing Classic, but Phase 2 is not too far away at this point, and there are some good opportunities for goal making out there. Fake QT's put together a little video going through some of the things to get prepared for in Phase 2 if you are more of a Classic mindset. Unfortunately, I've not been playing Classic myself, so I'm really not sure. I would agree with Samadan. Get your advice from the expert. Fake QT's put a video together. Go give it a watch. And that, for the most part, is it for this week. There is a little bit of further reading you can do. This article is mostly put together using some of the World of Warcraft economy sort of mini communities, namely the subreddit, the WoW Economy subreddit. They also have their Discord server. And once again, thank you to Samadan for putting this together. You can check him out on his Twitch, or you can even go and pester him over on Twitter if you wish as well. But there we go, boys and girls. I hope that was helpful to you. I hope we feel relatively confident about patch 9.1. It's only a matter of hours away for some people. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. A new patch always brings a fresh lick of paint to the game. A new patch always brings fresh players to the game. It brings returning players back to the game. It's a good fun time to be playing. I hope you guys go out there and enjoy it. But I'll leave it there for this video, boys and girls. I hope you enjoyed. If you're watching live on Twitch, get your questions in. We'll go through those in a second. If you're watching this at a later date on YouTube, hope you enjoyed. Remember to give that video a like and hit the subscribe button. But I've been Manthius, and I'll catch you guys next time. Peace. And there we go. You want me to read comments? YouTube voice off. Is my YouTube voice different? I don't think it's that different. I guess I think it's a little bit different. Sleek, one take, 5 out of 7. Yes, very different. Really? Ah, well. It's definitely different. I'll be honest with you, it's my salesman's talk. That's what it is. But yeah, you know me, I'm a one take Andy. I'm not good with this whole, you know, chopping things up and jump cuts and editing and all that sort of stuff. I'd rather talk for 20 minutes and, you know. Your YouTube voice reminds me of an agitated Kevin Hart. Really? Wow, okay. Multitasking 101, streaming YouTube at the same time. Very slick, mate. Thanks. People wanted me to read the comments. I mean, there's genuinely 2 comments. How's that only 2 comments? Also worth remembering is the attractiveness of freshly crafted legendary base items is a lot less now that they don't have a socket. But the legendary they become in 9.1 will get the socket. It will be irrelevant if the base item has a socket or not. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is basically saying kind of what I said in the video, that it's an annoyance from a crafter's perspective, because whether you buy the base item that has a socket or the one that doesn't have a socket, it makes no odds, because when you take it to the rune carver, the crafted legendary will just magically gain that socket if it's a slot that, you know, qualifies for one. It just means that when people first go to the auction house, it's going to be real simple, right? People are going to look on the auction house and they'll see their base item that they want to buy. They'll see one with a socket and one without a socket. Which one are they going to buy? It's dumb, right? They're obviously more inclined to buy the one with a socket because they're like, oh, cool, gem socket, boom. But yeah, it's a bit annoying. Yeah, they don't care. It's not irrelevant if you can trick people to make more money. Now, let's look at it from the point of view of an actual, like a real goblin out there. A real goblin is going to deliberately charge more for the ones with a socket that were recently created. To try, I don't know. It'd be funny. It's mostly going to be annoying for our TSM groups. Well, yeah, it is. I'm hoping Trade School Master just ignores it, because let's not forget that if you're using 4.11, Trade School Master 4.11, you are selling things based on item level. So secondary stats and sockets should be ignored. Trade Baron Bundy, good morning to you. Got a question. Are you going to create level 5s as soon as you can, or are you going to see how they're priced compared to Corthite crystals? I'm going to play. I don't have any strict plans of what I'm going to do. It is going to dramatically depend on the value of the crystals for me. Now, I don't know what my buy price for those crystals is going to be yet. Every goblin will probably have their own buy price for them, depending on how much of a risk they are willing to take. Because obviously, the more you pay for your Corthite crystals, the higher your crafting cost of rank 5s, and every piece of gold matters when there's competition. So, I will probably watch the market for a few days, see what the Corthite crystals do, see just how many of them appear on the auction house and how many of them get bought. Now, I'm lucky, right? I can sit at the auction house 8 hours, 12 hours, 15 hours a day if I kind of want to. So I can see them when they hit the market. I can keep a track of the quantity of them. I can see when big chunks of them get sold. I'm going to use a phrase, I will play it by ear. I will simply just watch, see what happens. One thing I can almost categorically guarantee, though, is I will buy them 40 at a time. I'm very unlikely to buy them just one at a time here and there, because until I get 40 of them, they're worth nothing to me. Until I can turn them into that vestige, they're worth nothing. I don't want to buy 35 of them and then have the price spike and be left in a weird situation where I either have to sell the 35 I've already bought to try and, you know, make a bit of a profit there, or I have to overpay for those last 5. I'm going to take my time. I'm going to let the market do its thing. I'm going to see what other goblins on my realm are doing. That's going to be a big indication. If you see big chunks of Korthite crystals just disappearing off the auction house, you know that goblins are buying them up ready. Now, if goblins are buying them up at one price, you have a what's the word? You have a vantage point, right? If you see that 40 Korthite crystals disappear off your auction house, you know that somebody's bought them, and now you know that that's their price. You know what their crafting price is, roughly. So you know that you either need to buy them for less than what they did. It's all a... Timing is going to be everything. Timing's going to be everything, and I can't tell you what my timing is going to be, nor can I tell you what my price will be. I'll be a little bit responsive, I think, to it. I'll just keep an eye on it, and I'll buy when it's the right time. Given that they'll get cheaper with time, I agree. Yeah, this is going to be the thing, right? The longer it is until people can physically craft them, the greater the chance there is of the price steadily going down. But on the flip side of that, when the demand does kick in, the demand will way strip the way. Like, for example, now that we know that, let's say, I tell you what, we're going to get some graphs on the go. Look, hang on. What's the button to do a straight line? No. What? Oh, there it is. Right, we're going to get some graphs on the go. This is going to be magical, right? We've got, how are we going to do this? We want a red. What colours does the Undermine Journal use? Red is the available quantity. Okay. So you're going to have a red line, right? No, stupid. Phooey. Right, now we want to go with the paintbrushy brush. Or pencil even. Red. So you're going to see a quantity of them, something like this. You're going to start on, let's say this is week 1, week 2, week 3, and week 4 of the patch coming out. Can you guys see that? Probably. That's probably a bit small, but you know. So you're going to have the quantity of them coming in like this. The quantity will come in. Let's say it's week 2. It's going to be 14 days until people have enough soul cinders to craft them. So, hang on. Let's do this a little bit more accurately. Your supply is going to go up like this the first week. People will start planning ahead for the second week. But then when people can start crafting them, the available quantity will dip again like this. So if this we know to be the supply of them, that's probably, I tell you what, I don't like this. Go back. We're gonna make this a thicker brushy brush. There we go. Oh, look at this. This is beautiful now. So it's gonna go up. It's gonna tail off, and then it's gonna be like this. This is going to be the first 4 weeks. The availability of Korthite crystals. Let's look at what the demand is going to be, though. The demand we're going to do in green. There's going to be very little demand for them. Ridiculous demand for them. Right? So you're going to find that there'll be a point where you can get your Korthite crystals. There's going to be a reasonable amount of them. But then the markets will just dry up. They'll dry up. Completely dry up, because the demand will be way too high for them, because everybody all of a sudden wants their legendaries, and that drip feed in the market is not going to be enough. So it makes this it makes, let's go with, it makes this section, I don't know, let's do this bit. It makes this section here a good time to be buying your crystals. This section, not so good. This is good for buying crystals. This is not so good, right? Feel like I'm attending a Harvard class. First couple of weeks, there'll be a constant drip feed. There'll be almost no demand for them. This is your time to buy your Korthite crystals, and stockpile your Korthite crystals. Because should we do a third line, which will be the price? So let's do a third line that's going to be a price. Price is going to be orange, right? We'll do it in this one. No, that's way too small. We'll do a crayon. Here we go. Price is going to do this. Let me make sure I get this right. Yeah, price is going to do this. In my opinion, okay, the tail end of that is not so great actually. Price is going to do more like this. So, orange is your price. Red, I should have labelled these, shouldn't I? Should have labelled these. Let's do an orange splodge. Orange splodge is price. We need a red splodge. Red splodge is our, what did we say the red, I can't even remember. This is so scuffed. Red price is going to be the supply. And then we have a green splodge. Green splodge is going to be the demand. So there we go. Welcome to Mantheus art class, by the way. And then, of course, you've got the weeks of the first 4 weeks. Biggest issue comes when people start posting craft your legendaries for 10k your mats. I mean, yeah, people will do, because they can make 10k for doing nothing. Pretty much. Can you get the crystals week 1? Yeah, I mean, the crystals are available day 1. But like I said, the drip feed of the crystals, the drip feed will be there for the first couple of weeks, but as soon as the demand kicks in, the quantity of crystals available won't meet the demand, because all of a sudden everybody wants their legendary, so the demand skyrockets, which in turn will have an effect on the price of the crystals going up as well. So the crystals will start off being really expensive in the first couple of weeks, but they will steadily drop down to a low point, I would say somewhere between the middle of week 1 and 2. Once they hit their low point, and the demand starts kicking in and people start actually crafting with them, the price is likely to then go back up as the demand can't meet this, as the supply then won't be able to meet the demand. Is Zygor out with guides to 9.1? I don't know actually. I don't know. I should probably investigate. Not entirely sure. But yeah, if you're a goblin out there and you want to be buying your Korthite crystals, it's going to be the first couple of weeks when you want to be buying them. Because after the first couple of weeks, the demand will outstrip the supply of them. And that in turn means that the price has to just go up. Has to. And then when you get yourself a customer, they will ask you what mats do I need and how many. Yeah. Yeah, I will probably not be doing... I probably will not be doing face-to-face trading again, unless Korthite unless I just can't get my hands on enough Korthite crystals. But I would rather buy something, take the risk of crafting it, and then post it on the auction house, and then somebody can either buy it or they can not. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. But yeah, there we go. There was my little painting by numbers, my Korthite crystal buying guide. Should we give this a little label? Oh, wait, what's going on here? There we go. Corthite Crystal Buyer's Guide. It's an indication of what I suspect it to be. Doesn't 5% mean you could save 20k by face-to-facing instead of the auction house? Yeah. I mean, the higher the value of the item, sure, that 5% adds up real quick. But 5% is baked into the price I charge for people anyway. I just pass that 5% on to the buyer. For me, there's no real reason to do person-to-person crafting anymore. I don't need the crafting experience anymore. I'll just redirect them to the auction house and be done with it. See, that's the thing, right? Face-to-face crafting is done for me because I'm rank 4 on everything. Like, I genuinely, I'm not gaining anything extra by just doing the craft. So, yeah, I simply... I'm not good at... I'll be honest, I'm not good at dealing with it. I get 20 whispers a day. Can you craft me this? Can you sell me this? I'm not good at dealing with it. I'll be honest, a lot of it I just ignore. Mostly because it's too much like hard work. Like, what? I can buy materials, I can craft something, I can post it on the auction house. That's my effort done. If you want the item, it's on the auction house, you can go buy it. If you're not willing to pay the price that I've listed it for on the auction house, then that's a whole load of you problem. It's not a me problem. Sold 2 level 4 rings the other day via trade chat. Nice profit on both and no cancel scanning. Hey, if it's good for you, it's good for you. When you get 20 whispers a day though, because you're selling every single legendary available, the novelty wears off real quick. Real quick. Right, well, there was our paint session for the day. We should probably play the game a little bit, I suppose, shouldn't we? I mean, I'm in the World of Warcraft category on Twitch. We should probably play the game. Probably a little bit, just a little bit. Did I finish my mission? Oh my god, I didn't even finish sending my dudes on the mission table. What a scrub. Can you guys do that? You can, just go. Let's get things done. Bit of Facebook gaming. Yeah, quick, easy Facebook gaming. Get it out there. We'll get some Facebook gaming on the go. Like I said, I really want to finish my TSM groups and setup is almost done. That counts as WoW gaming, Facebook gaming.
You
yeah,
just
true.
lost $5.
Oh, go on, Gunther with the sub. Thank you very much. Tier 1, appreciate it. Out of interest, what was your follow age? You an OG? I mean, the fact that you were like, damn, it's been a while, I imagine you probably are. But appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. 7th of March 2012. Well, there we go. Real OG. Nice. Followed 9 years ago. 9 years ago. Real OG. Good to see you back. You still playing? You still playing the game? Surely you must be if you've landed in my stream again. That's yeah, my groups are almost done. I've not done the past expansion stuff. The past expansion stuff is a long-term effort. I want to eventually, now that we have things like the base group, it's a little bit more easy to manage. I want to eventually make it so that my TSM groups have, or are complete, have literally everything. That's my plan for this past expansion stuff. But that is going to take a while to make those groups, and it's not something I'm doing the day before patch 9.1. Give them to tier 1 subs also, or the gun will sing. We'll see. We'll see. If I give them to everybody, they're not special anymore. That's the point. My groups, everybody can have the groups. Like I dish my groups out for free. Like literally everybody can have the groups. The advantage to people though is getting the operations and everything to go with them. Is that dot before materials? Right. Is that a dot before materials right before the M? Yes, it's to make it top of the list. Otherwise, it's in alphabetical order. It means materials sits top of the list. It's deliberate. Any tips to quickly send guys on the missions table? I do certain characters that have higher chance of success versus certain enemy formats, AoE boss, etc. Still leveling them up, but I feel like I'm spending way too long finding comps that have high percentage win. Honestly, I don't really give it too much thought. I genuinely just use Venture Plan and keep adding people to it until it says it completes. If you use the Venture Plan add-on, it's pretty straightforward. But yeah, my TSM groups are basically there. There's not too much more I need to do. I need to work on... I think the group format is basically done. I need to go onto the PTR and add in anything that's new in patch 9.1, which we're going to do in a minute. So I need to add some extra... Was that my doorbell? I think that was my doorbell. Please hold. We're back. It was the postman. All sorted. Where did we get to? I genuinely can't remember. Somebody at his door threatening to give up his TSM groups and operations. No, it's all good. Haven't you learned this yet as a dog owner? If you're unsure if the doorbell rings, wait a couple of seconds until the second doorbell starts barking. Well, yes, exactly. That does usually happen. Oh yeah, I was promoting my own TSM groups, wasn't I? Yeah. My TSM groups, for reference, is available to anybody that wants them. They're linked in the Discord. Now, I've not updated them for a little while. The ones that are there currently are from the start of Shadowlands. The basic groups will get updated in a day or two. So these ones here, for example, the basic profession groups are there. Like I said, these haven't been updated, but I will get them updated. so that the basic group structure is there at least. But the if you want all of the wizardry that goes with them, all of the operations and that sort of stuff, then that is for tier 2 subs or for silver goblins over on Patreon. My Rottweiler did that. I love Rottweilers. They're very, very nice. I wonder who put that emote there. Dunno. I'm using Venture Plan, but was finding it slow compared to Legion BFA. Oh, yeah, it is. It's because the whole system is actually a little bit more in depth than it was in past expansions. But let's get Facebook Gaming out the way on the last couple of characters. We need to check our auctions real quick, and then we're going to jump on the PTR. We can have a little look around the PTR. We can finish our TSM groups on the PTR as well. And for the most part, I think I'm kind of ready for 9-1, you know. I'm feeling relatively comfortable with where I'm at. I could do with crafting a few more materials. Things like shadow ghast ingots. I want just like 10,000 shadow ghast ingots just pre-crafted. Just because they take so goddamn long. And with not only jewel crafting, but also blacksmith needing them, you forget just how quickly you go through them. I've already started to a degree, but I could always do with more. Could always do with more. As you can see, this dude standing in Stormwind, ready to make shadow ghast ingots, was chipping away at them last night. Still has a lot to go. Aren't you worried prices will crash faster than the need for ingots? Flying is soon. I would be if I was buying my ore at today's prices. The truth of the matter is I bought all of this ore a long time ago when it was dirt cheap. So the cost of my shadow ghast ingots is basically nothing compared to what it probably is today. This is one of the biggest issues that most people come against when it comes to gold making, is that people look at the prices of things and they're like, oh, well, it's just under crafting cost. Why are they doing it? It won't be under my crafting cost. That's the point. Vopsa, how we doing? Welcome. Hope your lawyering is doing you fun. I missed the buy rally and now it costs way more to buy the stuff. It does do. For example, right now, Phaedrum ore has a min buyout, or should I say a market value of 40 gold a piece. I was buying my Phaedrum ore in mass for 18 gold a piece, and I bought nearly 20,000 of it for an average of 18 gold a piece. So I basically paid less than half. Sinvir ore, even better situation on Sinvir ore. The market value is currently 42 gold. I was paying 13. Solanum ore market value is 53 gold. I paid 17. Oxane ore is the only one that I've had to buy recently. So Oxane ore, the current market value is 80 gold a piece. I was paying 50 gold a piece. So I paid, you know, market rates, I guess you could say, for the Oxane ore, but the other three I got significantly cheaper. And compared to what some people were paying, those are even high prices. So but we'll see. I don't think these high prices on ore is going to last forever. I guarantee the prices, I wouldn't say crash, but there's a lot of hype around the prices of materials at the moment, but I think it's somewhat short-lived. It will last for a couple of weeks, especially once we get people get access to flying. Things won't crash, but they'll definitely drop in value pretty quickly. But of course, they're not going to drop to any lower than what they already were a few weeks ago. So it's those that have planned ahead a little bit will definitely see an advantage of it. What do you do with the gems that come out of prospecting? For the most part, or just vendor them. Yeah, I ensure that I make my money back off the essences to the point where I just vendor the gems. And if you go through enough prospecting, if you go through enough lacerite ore, you genuinely just can't do anything more constructive with them. Crafter's marks, 168 gear. I guess the easy answer is everything that's physically possible to do with the gems, I do it. Because otherwise I'm just vendoring them anyway. So, you know, if you can squeeze out a little bit more profit by crafting some 168 gear, do it. But of course, you will end up with so many gems that you do just end up vendoring half of them. Still struggling to identify the fast way to calculate on my auction house account what I need to recraft from my other account based on crafting costs. Currently using TSM and Legendary Stock Tracker to figure this out, but I feel there's a faster way to do it. In regards to the Legendaries, the new TSM 4.11, the new version of TSM that's currently in beta does support Legendaries a lot more than what TSM does now. But Legendary Stock Tracker is still very, very good at what it's good at, which is telling you what you've got, right? So Legendary Stock Tracker is still very good at actually just showing you, ignore the prices. It's very good at showing you, right, I have this many rank 1s, this many rank 2s, this many rank 3s and whatever, and their respective prices. It looks odd on this account at the moment. Ignore my prices. But yeah, LST is still very good in this regard for keeping track of what you have. Wow, I've just seen I've got over 400 legendaries crafted right now. 432 legendaries I own. Over 6.5 million gold in legendaries. Okay. That's the old version, Oh, fair enough. I've not updated my add-ons for a little while. I was waiting until we were closer to 9.1 to update add-ons, but... LST supports rank 5s and 6s already? Oh, well, there we go. I should update my add-ons. What server are you on, by the way? Want to make sure I'm not on the same one as you. I primarily play on Sylvanas. That's my home realm. I'm a big fish in a small pond because it's not as big of a server anymore as it used to. But I'm also starting to play on Tor and Mill, both EU. Keep doing what you're doing then. There we go, fair enough. Already got the beta. If you use Stock Tracker on your auction house account, then press restock, then send data to your crafting account. Two things to suggest. One, read the FAQ for LST because the FAQ will probably answer all of your questions. Secondly, talk to Stro in chat as he's the developer of the add-on. So if you've got technical questions, he's your man. I'm debating if I should make any more legendaries ranks 1 through to 4. Do all legendaries started Tuesday when crafting have a socket now? Not all of them, no. Only some that qualify. It's only the 5 slots. Those 5 slots differ. The main 3 are the helm, the chest, and the shoulders. Those 3, yes. But sometimes it's the belt, sometimes it's the boots, sometimes it's the gloves. How are we doing here, Cons, by the way? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Hickons is going to get... You must be getting ready to beta test 9.1 for us over in the EU then, right? Trying to find the right and fast work in progress to establish the fastest way, but never mind, I'll find this out on Wednesday. It's pretty. Legendary stock track is pretty simple once you get to grips with it. I'm being incredibly slow at everything again today. I need to actually focus on doing stuff. Is this no bonus missions? No bonus XP missions. That's gross. No bonus XP missions, but we have got a big anima mission. Tuesday should be good. Just need to transfer a few tunes tomorrow. I would imagine if anybody's going to hit the ground running, it would be you, dude. So I wish you the best of luck. Make sure if there's any game-breaking bugs, you DM me on Discord, right? we need to know in advance. I mean, because it's absolutely not like Blizzard to release something before it's ready, right? What is with this anima? What's the point of having fancy ass anima missions if you can't complete them? There we go. Go. By the way, do you know the Rift thing in 9.1? Can other people join the Rift without the item? Yes. Yes. The new Rifts in Korthia, I found out the other day that the thing you need to enter the Rifts, for the most part, is... You can buy them from the Archivist Codex vendor, but you need to be, I want to say, tier 3 with them. But they do have a small chance of dropping off rares out there. So there'll be people activating the mini rifts in Korthia probably from day one. And yeah, people can jump in them and pew the boss and get the loot off them. In before layering works unintended and you can switch layers and loot the chests over and over again. Yeah, that would be surprising. I think the first week's going to be kind of meh, just farming Korthite and getting set up for weeks 2 and 3. Yeah, it's going to be odd how there's, from a goal making perspective, not actually a huge amount that we're going to be doing in the first week. It's just going to be running characters through Korthia. And the worst thing is, even though there's a skip for the first 3 campaigns, I'm probably going to feel inclined to do the quests because there's a very good chance that those quests give you reputation. And if you skip them, you will also skip the reputation gains. Now, I want Crafters Mark 3 ASAP. I would preferably like Crafters Mark 4 ASAP. So skipping a whole 1200, 1500 reputation is not gonna be good. To be honest, all the WoW communities raiding PvPM Plus have nothing really to do week 1 except farming the new dailies. Do you have a reputation game plan? Not specifically, although I know what gives reputation. And the likelihood is I'll just, make sure I do everything that gives reputation. We looked at it the other day. This, once again, is not an all-inclusive, I don't think, but we definitely planned out some of the stuff that gives us reputation. So there's an intro quest. Part of the initial campaign, one of the quests is in need of assistance. This thing gives you a boatload of reputation with Death Advance. Your assaults each week give you a big chunk of reputation, so you want to make sure you don't miss those. Daily quests are a certain amount of rep each. The basic ones are 75. There are occasionally bounties that spawn that give slightly higher reputation, but minimum 75 rep each. The weekly quest in Korthia gives 1200 reputation. And there are even rep tokens that you can gain as rewards from the dailies, which will give you more rep on top of just the base amount. So yeah, there's a few different ways. I'll probably be doing anything that can give me reputation, and then once I'm done, it'll be log off that character and do it on the next one. Any perks we can use to give more reputation? Not anything that I think's going to make much of a difference. It's not going to be week 2 until you hit Honoured anyway, by my calculations. There's no rares to hunt or chests to open. Well, there are, but they don't give rep. I mean, they give other rewards, obviously, but they don't give rep. You missed a quest? There's a quest that drops... There is a quest item drop from the Moor Assaults. I've got the assaults in here. How many toons am I going to be pushing into Korthia? By default, 4. Possibly 6, though. 4 by default.
You just lost $5.
Go on, Joby with a tier 2. Thank you, my man. Thank you, thank you. Highly appreciate it. One thing I would recommend, Joby, is make sure that you have your Twitch linked to the Discord. That will give you the... That will give you the relevant role in Discord, which will give access to the special groups that you need. I'm still in the process of setting all of that up, but thank you, appreciate it. $5 tier 2. Yeah, I should probably get a different sound bite for that one. You're probably right. Dark Moon Fair? Yeah, Dark Moon Fair buff might work. Dark Moon Fair buff might work. Manthy Slacker. Yeah. I'm a slacker. What are you going to do? Right, I really need to smash through some of these. My god, this is actually a gear upgrade. This is gross. Wow, can none of these guys do it? The Life of Kyrian. Never, ever do they have the ability to kill the quests I need them to kill. Right, these guys can do it. Cool. What did I miss? Rewards for tier 2? Tier 2 is... I'm basically... Due to the high demand of people wanting not only the groups but also the operations for the groups, tier 2 on Twitch will give you access to the groups and operations for TSM, or alternatively silver tier on Patreon does basically the same at a similar price. I think, what is it, like, I think I made it €8 for the silver goblin on Patreon. Hellsworn battle plans. Deliver Hellsworn battle plans to Duchess Minx in Keeper's Respite, a level 60 Korthia quest weekly, plus 200 reputation death advance. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. That's another 200 then. What was it called? Hellsworn battle plans. What was it? 200 rep? Yeah, the main emphasis is that it's probably, I don't, even if you cheesed absolutely everything, I don't feel that you'll be able to get honoured in week 1. Even if you zerg the crap out of everything, that's the point. So, serious question, can I gift a sub and that count as a tier 2 or silver goblin? I want that pay to win. I have no idea what you mean. Can I gift a sub that counts as a tier 2? You can gift somebody. Ah? You can gift people tier 2s if you wish. Or just, you know, give yourself tier 2. I don't know. I think you're overthinking it, dude. We must be able to complete this one. Oh, god damn. I want the anima. I want the anima. Okay. Okay. That won't give you the rank on Discord, I think. Unless I then manually add it, of course. Yeah, I don't know. my brain does not support this kind of wizardry this early in the morning. Kirin are useless at mission tables. Right, smaller missions. Smaller missions. Let's just get some of the cheaper stuff out of the way then. There we go. You guys, off you go. You guys, off you go. Let's go this one maybe? Go on, this one. Surely. Surely. Oh, well, it works. Cool. Off you go. Probably still has tier 1 running, so can't upgrade to tier 2. So he's wondering if gifting a tier 2 can give him the perks as well. Oh. I mean, I've got no physical way to do that, I think. If you still have a tier 1 running, you can still can you not upgrade to a tier 2 from a tier 1? Surely you can. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. For reference, the reason I've not made a big thing of it yet is the fact that the groups and operations, I'm still working on them. On Patreon, at least, it says that they'll, you know, available in patch 9.1. It's not a case of linking the tier 2 to the Discord. You just need to link your Twitch to the Discord. You'll see in the Discord, for example, and people that have, they will have their purple name, because if I click on any one of them, you'll see that their role is Twitch subscriber primarily, and then it will show their tier. It'll automatically assign the right roles to you based on what you are in Twitch. Splitting more on Silver Goblin on Patreon, but I don't want to double dip. Oh, I see. I see. I think I'm with you now. I think I'm with you. I tried to make them similar pricing. Obviously, Twitch comes with its own perks. And I'm going to be brutally honest. I'd rather, like, this sounds gross. I really don't want to turn this stream into how Manthius tries to make money. But it's everything on Twitch. Twitch takes 50% of everything. Twitch takes 50% of all of the subs, which is gross, but they do. Whereas Patreon, they take 8%. So it's quite simple. Like if you support me financially through Patreon, I personally see a much greater percentage of that support, rather than, you know, giving half of it to Twitch. No kill gold redeeming a play an ad. Oh, well, there we go. That's something I've not pressed the ad button once today, have I? Let me throw a 30-second ad break out there. Can you talk percentages openly? Sure. I've not signed nothing. I'm relatively sure that that's public knowledge. I don't even know if it's not. Like I said, I don't really feel the need to, you know, hide any of that shenanigans. What do you get for the Prime sub? Well, the Prime sub, you don't see ads. If you're a sub in any way, shape or form, there's no ads on the stream, even when I press the ad button. And you also get the emotes and that sort of thing. Man, your brain is not working today? What? Hang on. Oh, what do I get from the Prime sub? Oh, Prime subs work as if they're a normal sub. They're basically the equivalent of a normal sub. So I'd get, what is it, like $2.50 or something? But it comes from Amazon and it comes at a delayed rate. If people sub with tier 1s, tier 2s or tier 3s, regular subs, the creator gets their share like the next month. The Prime subs are a little bit slower for us to actually receive the revenue for them. But yeah, it's just Amazon just gives us like the same thing. Amazon treats it as a regular sub. It doesn't cost you guys anything because you already have an Amazon subscription. It's just a bonus of having the Amazon subscription. It's a very clever system. Very clever system. Yeah, I probably need more coffee or more something. I'm way slow at doing stuff today. I'm out of practice. That's what it is. I'm genuinely out of practice. 3 days off streaming and I've forgotten what I'm doing. my brain's fried. Let's grab a bit of. In fact, no, everybody's done on this character. Good. We're good. Disable mini game redeem things. Yes, good shout. Thank you. See, genuinely can't remember how to do my own job. I have to have Vallegro remind me what I'm doing. There we go. We're good, we're good. Jeff Bezos is a very clever person. Well, it's weird, right? Because, I mean, Twitch Prime doesn't have to be a thing. But it's, see, you got me as a chat mod, but I don't want the damn sword. I mean, to be honest, you can have the sword if you want the sword. Gun is better than the sword. That's true. It's Amazon doesn't have to do the whole Twitch Prime thing. And it worries me greatly. We've talked about this a bit, but Amazon doesn't have to do Twitch Prime, but they obviously, I mean, they must have crunched the numbers on it, surely. They must see that people that subscribe or if they use a Twitch Prime on a creator, that they become more engaged with the platform and ultimately probably end up buying bits or upgrading to tier 1s, tier 2s or tier 3s or something, surely. Enough with ninja modding. Hickons has already done it. I did Hickons make you mod. Probably people from Twitch getting Amazon Prime and then buying stuff from Amazon because they have Prime. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I don't know the ins and outs of it completely, but all I know is that it's relatively clever. Eh? Oh, I didn't complete my missions first. Derp. Oh dear, we are running dangerously low on anima. Dangerously low on anima. Should probably do something about that. That's actually an upgrade. That's double gross. How am I getting? Still getting gear upgrades off the mission table. 5% upgrade. Go on then. Go on then. Or maybe not. Let's try that again. Hang on, who's the dude that basically solos everything? Dreamweaver, off you go. Hickons first made me a VIP. A couple of weeks later, both I and the Twitch, also known as Jack, were mods. Oh, okay. Are you keeping track of how much money you're making from the missions? Are you hitting that 500k a week mark that you're all chasing? I've not been keeping much track of it because I'm still very heavily leveling the companions up. I'm not at a point where I can comfortably just zerg every single mission. I'm taking a more slow and steady approach to it. But we're not far off. We're not far off the point where we can just, you know, churn through stuff. Night Fae especially. I mean, these guys are just broken how OP Night Fae are. I think it's about increasing the willingness to donate and at the same time to engage in communication and exchange with the respective influencer. At the same time, this increases online minutes, which is good for Twitch and provides Amazon's algorithms with more data. Yeah, I mean, it's the reason that they're called microtransactions, because it's much easier to get somebody to start, like, to get into the mindset of paying for something if that thing they're paying for is inconsequentially small, even free. Because if you use a Twitch Prime and you become a sub to a channel, it kind of, you know, leaves you in that you're part of the community. There's a lot of psychology behind it. I'm not going to go into the psychology of it, but there's a lot of psychology behind why microtransactions work and why Twitch subs are even a thing. It's got nothing to do with covering the cost of actually running Twitch. Genuinely nothing. Started tables because of you. Feel I sort of blame you for getting me into this. Farming AP world quests, checking tables 3 to 4 times a day. Honestly, trust me when I say that it's a little bit of a slow and steady approach to begin with. But once it gets cooking, oh my days. The potential this mission table's got is ridiculous. And it's just history repeating itself, right? We saw it in Warlords of Draenor. We saw it in Legion. We saw in BFA that the mission table was deliberately squished to not perform very well, hence why nobody did it. But now it's back again in Shadowlands and it's back with a vengeance. Why do you even need to do that much? Well, yeah, as long as you're at least rank 1 with everything, then you are almost animal positive at that point. You can do the basics, right? You kill the world boss, do 1 or 2 things that give you anima during the week, and you should be good. I want Achieves 2 eventually. Is there any? I think there are actually some achievements to the mission table. Not a huge amount of them, but there are some. Yes, it's your table video, man. Oh, okay, fair. Fair. Yeah, a lot of people have seen that now. That's it, almost 10,000 views. Yeah, a reasonable amount of people have seen that. Fairly easy to do 3 to 4k gold per mission table each day. Yeah, I think by the time you really start zerging it, it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's certainly the equivalent of doing a call. It adds on to that, you know, doing a calling kind of thing. It's easy passive gold, right? That's the thing. It's like you're not actually putting much effort into it. I mean, I am right now, but just because I genuinely can't genuinely can't multitask, but 9,500 views. You are not a 10k Andy yet on that video. No, you're right. But very, very few of my videos surpass 10,000 views. As I'm not anywhere near clickbaity enough for that to happen. If I went deep on the clickbait, maybe a few more videos would surpass 10k views, but I try to be as light as possible with the clickbait. All I'll say is veiled augment runes. That's true. Veiled augment runes that will be a big earner from the mission table. Stockpile them up for when it's raid season and when the price skyrockets on the things, and you should be good. I'm not going to be able to complete this one, am I? These fellas are all too dead. Let's pick something a bit easier for them to do. That one will do. Apparently not. Okay, let's just leave these guys be. They need some healing time. They need some healing time. It's all good. It's all good. So far I'm at 150k from 175 veiled augment runes. Yeah, there you go. Boom. People in my realm selling everything, even rank 4s, way below cost. Rank 4 leather shoulders for 8k. Should I buy them even though they would be a slow seller? I mean, 8k does seem remarkably cheap, even based on the back of I guess it's helms, shoulders, chests. People have just gone into purge mode, right? They've assumed that they won't sell, and so they're just dumping. Now, can you still technically craft them for 8k? I mean, what did you say? Leather shoulders, 8k. That's mental cheap. My brain maths tells me that that's incredibly cheap, regardless of what you were getting your materials for. Shoulders, pauldrons, rank 4 pauldrons. I mean, there's 4,000 gold of arboreal shards in there. There's 4k just in arboreal shards. Even if you were getting your heavy callous hide at the back in the day prices of 300 gold a piece. Yeah, 8k for these things, like crafting cost of 32k. Would I buy them to flip them? With the fact that they're rank 4s, I probably would. Because let's look at it from the point of view that nobody... Why are people doing that with rank 4s? Because you have no incentive to craft a rank 4 other than to sell it for a profit. I understand people trashing the price on 1, 2 and 3 because you are forced to craft 15 of them. People doing that on rank 4s though, sure, buy them. The rank 4 crafting cost is never going to be below that. Bought 32 rank 4 cloth belts for 1,000 gold a piece today. Maybe people are just panic selling their rank 4s thinking that they're going to be dead. I mean, there'll still be a market for them. I find it very, very difficult to believe that the socket thingy, maybe, possibly. I find it really difficult to believe that people won't still buy rank 4s. Because rank 4 is basically... Yeah, buy them. I'm struggling to find a reason to not buy them. And if that's the case, they're an absolute steal. What I need to do, let's check the auction house real quick. And then we'll jump on the PTR. I want to get these TSM groups finished. I need to go grab a drink though. I'm way out of coffee and I'm seriously thirsty. So I'll be back with you guys in 2 minutes. Alrighty, alrighty. I thank you, Haley. I did remember to throw a quick ad out there while I disappeared. How did Vallegro redeem the cannon? How did Vallegro redeem the cannon? That's not meant to be possible. That's not meant to be possible. I just disabled that. What's going on? Huh, appears I didn't. Oops. I'm just bad at my job. I think rank 4 can be the best option for many casuals as the price gap to the next rank is going to be huge at the start. Expecting still to sell a lot of rank 4s. I think I agree with that. I can't find anything wrong with that statement. I think I definitely think I agree with that. The fact that you're going to be able to, in essence, farm Soul Ash, because you'll always get Soul Ash by doing Torghast. So if you really want to, you can you can get all the Soul Ash you need in a day to get your rank 4. And considering that a rank 4 will be a reasonable price, rank 5s and rank 6s though are going to be very expensive to begin with, just because they're the new latest and greatest, you know. Vallegro had a gun, now he's got a cannon. Time to start running. Oh dear. Oh dear. Haddock, for reference, I'm now on the Morning Manthius wine. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. $19 rank 4 shoulders for an average of 9k each. That's pretty impressive. Drinking the wine already? For reference, it's a meme. It's not actually wine. It's just blackcurrant squash. But I have it in a fancy glass, so people think it's wine. Unless you're in a top 100 guild, there is almost zero reason why you get a rank 5, because you wait 1 to 2 weeks more and you can get a rank 6. That's true. But there's one significant problem with that. Most people won't wait 1 to 2 weeks. Most people barely think a day ahead of themselves, never mind like 2 weeks ahead of themselves. The weird thing will probably... the weirdest thing is that people will probably end up paying more for their rank 5 than they will their rank 6. They'll spend a load of... did I say that right? Most people will end up spending a lot of gold on their rank 5 because everybody will want their rank 5. And by the time that those same people have the ability to get rank 6s, their price will have probably dropped of Corthite crystals to make their rank 6 cheaper than what their rank 5 was. But it's the premium you pay for getting anything first. If you're willing to pay the premium, pay the premium. If you're not, wait. There's your choice. There are a load of try-hard Tommies out there. Oh, absolutely. There are people that play this game on a 100% casual basis that still do... I mean, look at the boosting community. The boosting community itself proves that, right? Never underestimate the amount that somebody is willing to spend to gain an advantage. Do you think the boosting community are boosting mythic raiders? No, of course not. They're boosting casuals. What did we sell yesterday? Shadowgast Greaves, Shadowgast Breastplate. See, still selling breastplates. Umberhide Legs, Umberhide Gauntlets, Grimveld Braces. They're things I would assume to be selling. PvP they do, PvE, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is it. Like, all slots will still sell. There's still a market out there for everything. It's just people... one thing I notice a lot with this game is people seem to have a black or white approach to most everything in the game. They think something either... If something is the best, they think that that will be the only thing that ever matters. So if something is the best, second place can fuck off. They go by the assumption that second place is like first worst. If it's not best in slot, they don't care. But in reality, if you can craft it, you'll probably sell it. Like even Bone Shatter Waistguards, which have been a bit of a meme for the most part, will still sell. Selling on a dying server? Hey, somebody's got to. Somebody's got to. How the fact that many main hop every patch to remain meta? Yeah, exactly. People re-roll every patch just so that they can play the on-meta cookie cutter builds that are topping the DPS meters. And those are the kind of people that spend stinky amounts of money buying boosts, buying the best gear, not for any other reason than they just want to be the best for the least amount of effort possible. Move that guild bank to Turin Mill and double it in 7 days? You're probably right. I did think about that. I'm not going to lie, I did think about that. I did, considering I have 3 of every single legendary crafted on Sylvanas, I was like, do I just transfer the whole lot? I mean, it would genuinely be Johnny Scumbag for sure, yeah. Manthe Band. Not to mention, just this alone. The value of my guild bank in materials alone is probably pretty silly right now. Like, all this ore and just stuff. There's about 4 million gold of lithium ore or something ridiculous here at the moment. This is why I'm relatively happy with my position on materials. Phaedrum is 70 gold right now on Twisting Nether. Oh my god. How much Phaedrum ore have I got? Where's Phaedrum gone? I've currently got 46,000 Phaedrum ore. What's that? 45,912 multiplied by, what did you say it was? 70 gold? There we go. Nearly 3.5 million just in Phaedrum ore. Just in one material. So yeah, this is why my liquid gold is not as high as it probably could be or should be. But Phaedrum 72 gold a piece right now on Turin Mill. How much is it on here? How much is it here? Where's Phaedrum on the list? 37. 37 gold a piece over here. Whoa, what's this? This absolutely screams server transfer. How do you end up with 56,000 Phaedrum ore overnight? Unless you bought it all 4 weeks ago for nothing and you're just dumping it. I mean, I bought mine, to be fair, I bought all of mine for an average of 22 gold a piece. So, I mean, I probably should just be selling mine off, but why is Phaedrum so expensive? Harder to farm or more desirable? It prospects into Essence of Rebirth, which is one of the ones that goes into the ring, legendary ring. So jewel crafters out there are going to be very interested in it. So how about that PTR? Yeah, we are slowly but surely getting there. I'm working my way to the PTR, you're right. After nearly 3 hours of streaming again. I'm so bad at this. This dude, I did the cancel scan over here, didn't I? I did. Is there anything I want to be buying right now? 10 gold for Lay Strike feels... that feels remarkably tempting. That feels horrendously tempting. It's another 200,000 gold on Lay Strike. What do I think the price of Lay Strike is going to do in the next couple of weeks? Ah, that's incredibly tempting. Lithium ore's at 100. There's some very, very random, huge quantities going on. Some very random, huge quantities. Lightless silk, 40 gold. I've got currently 22,000 of it that I bought for 11 gold a piece. Do it. What, like this, you mean? Somebody bought some of it before I even got there. Soul Dust, 20 gold a piece. This is going to be a problem for me, right? I need somebody to come and do some enchanting, for the love of God. Because I ain't doing it myself. I'm not paying double the price for my soul dust. It's bonkers. $30,000 cloth on Sylvanas. Need to shuffle that into dust. I mean, I've got about 250,000 cloth that I should probably shuffle, but I'm hoping I sell it to somebody that's then going to shuffle it for me. Is my approach. I'm hoping somebody's just going to come and buy it all. If you can afford silk at 11 gold, you can afford lacerite at 10 gold. Yeah, that's true. There's nothing else here that stands out too much. I mean, I've got a bit of callous hide kicking about somewhere apparently still. Not that I need callous hide for anything. It's the heavy callous hide that's important. I've got 5,500 heavy callous hide, which should be enough for a few days. And then enchanted heavy callous hide. I've not pre-crafted much of this actually. I need to pre-craft a whole bunch more of that. 10 gold lacerite is pog. I think that's about everything that is of value here. Heavy desolate leather. How much of this have I got? I cannot be doing with turning. I genuinely cannot be doing. Oh look, there's actually none of it at the cheap price. That's a bait price. 3 gold a piece, and there's none of it. This is another thing I don't want to be doing. I don't want to be, you know, crafting heavy desolate leather all day. That's one thing I haven't done. I've not done anywhere near enough pre-crafting of materials, but meh. I think this realm's done. I think we're good on this realm. Let's check Torren Mill real quickly. I'm sure I've got some auctions to post there. And then we'll finish these TSM groups. Not this account. This account, go. Buy shards if the price is okay, turn it into dust, it's AFK work. That's true. The shards were still 50 gold a piece though.
You just lost $5.
Hey, go on, Vallegro. Tier 2. See, can do an upgrade. Knew you could. Thank you, my man. Appreciate it. Very much so. Highly appreciate it. Shut up, I haven't taken my money. Thank you, my man. Oh, I was posting everything for 48 hours still. Oh, well that's, I'll just do a cancel scan then. That's made things a bit easier. Let's grab some expireds out, though. My hard-earned money. Hey, trust me, it'll all be worth it. It'll all be worth it. I was out in the hot sun and earned that. Next time you're on the back of a horse, just think about how well that money was spent. I can't remember. I think it's you that owns horses. That's going to sound really weird if you don't own horses now. Oh, you remember. Okay, there we go. Phew! I'm glad I got that right. Why do you think lacerite is valuable for prospecting? Won't people be prospecting the zone-specific ores, which allows for targetable essences? It's all based on value. It's all based on value. Jewel crafters that know their numbers will look at the value of lacerite and they'll look at the value of someone else, and you know they'll work it based on the costs. Partly own one girlfriend. She's got 2 others. Oh, you got multiple horses. Holy smoke! All right then, fair enough. Alright, these all sales, what we've been selling. This looks like a lot of 168 gear. Some nice big juicy prices on things. I've been resetting the prices on things a little bit. 3,700 gold for a Grim-Veiled hood. What rank was that? Who knows? You'll laugh, but I'm genuinely a bit scared of horses. I'm not scared of horses, I just know they are dumb animals. I used to work at a race course, and some of the dumb ass things I saw horses do is just like straight face palm. I know those horses are bred and designed to just run, and that's literally all they know. They just straight forward, pew! They do some silly thing, and like I said, I'm fair. Like those race horses, they're probably just packed full of steroids and are off their face. They just run in a straight line. I've seen them run through fences, through walls, all sorts of silly things. I'm sure your regular horse is probably a lot more intelligent, but wow, did I see horses do silly things. It was quite funny. Sounds like these two fellas I meet at the gym in the morning. Full of steroids running through walls. Oh dear. How much are we actually going to undercut or cancel scan though? It shouldn't be too much. Like surely people at this point in the expansion aren't faffing around with 168 gear. Really? Maybe they are. A lot of stuff is being reposted at reset price, which worries me slightly. Are people doing real stupid things with legendaries? Even here? You can tell I've not actually done a restock on anything for a few days on Tor and Mill though. We're now up to, if we surpass 1 million gold, I transferred, was it 500? How much did I start with on this realm? Jesus, I can't remember now. I bought a couple of tokens over here, but I can't remember how many I bought. I think I started this, it was either 500,000 or 1 million gold I started with on this realm. Because I definitely bought 2 tokens, because I remember selling them on the auction house. I should just check my emails. Definitely wasn't any more than 1 mil though. First you put in 1 mil and after that you put more in. 1 mil would have been 4 tokens. I don't think I sold 4. I think I only sold 2 tokens. And then I sold 2 more. Which would have then been a total of about 1 million gold. So we've nearly got our initial gold back. Plus obviously everything that we still own. And all the progress with the legendaries. So... Do you think 1 mil between Friday and Sunday nights on a medium pop is good? Oh yeah, definitely. Absolutely. I mean, simply by the fact that the amount of people playing on that realm is a fraction of what it would be on a high pop realm. To do 1 million sales is really good. You gotta remember that the first 1 million is without question the hardest to make. Now, if you can bang that out in sales in a couple of days, really good. Any realm, really good. Have you Googled my name? It was taken from a UK Olympic horse that took gold medals with his rider and multiple World Cup victories. Oh, okay. I had not Googled Nor am I aware of said horse, but that's cool. $1.3 mil to be exact. Spent 300k on mats for 9.1. Good effort, man. Good effort. Yeah, once you have that first million liquid gold, you'll be amazed at how quickly that 1 million turns into 2. It can take some people 6 months to make that first million gold, possibly even longer. But once you make that first million, you realise that, hang on, I can just buy things off the auction house, craft them, and then sell them again. And I can turn any gold that I have into more gold without really doing a whole bunch of stuff. Which is it's basically crafting at heart, right? But that's how the real rich goblins get even richer. They let their gold do the hard work for them. This is why I do the absolute bare minimum farming I can get away with. The only time I go out and farm something is if I physically cannot buy it on the auction house. And the likelihood then is that I'll go out and farm it only to sell it at a super inflated price. Right, we've still got a bunch of cancels to do here. Let's load the PTR up in the background, because there might actually be an update to it. Do you think it's better to sell some stock above crafting or wait for patch drop? I never like waiting. When it comes to gold making, I'm very impatient. If you can sell something for a profit, do it. There's almost no reason not to. Waiting, like a small payday now, in my opinion, is better than waiting for the chance of a bigger payday. Just get your small payday now, and then because it's crafted, just do it again. Why sell an item for 200 gold on patch day when you could sell 3 for 150 gold today? That's it. Says the guy with millions in mats in the guild bank that he could sell to flip for 2 times to 10 times the price. Well, they've been bought for a reason. They're going to be turned into Shadowgast ingots. I just haven't physically got round to doing it yet. They have a purpose to why they were bought. I didn't buy them for the purpose of flipping them. Sure, I could put them on the auction house, but me putting them on the auction house right now would just drive the price down even further. I'm quite happy for the price to be ludicrously high, because I don't need to be buying any. I want the price to be high for everybody else that needs to buy them. It's actually counterintuitive for me to sell them at this moment in time, based on my server and, you know, the supply and demand on my realm. But when it comes to like crafted gear, for example, like if you can craft it and sell it and make a profit on it, do it, because then you can get that gold back again. You can put the profit in the guild bank maybe, and then just make that item again and do it again. That's kind of the point. That's the amazing thing about going out of your way to get all the crafting recipes and stuff. That crafting is about doing the hard work once. Once you've done the hard work once, it's then easy to just rinse and repeat. And this is why I craft and sell everything that I can with the professions that I use. Because if I make a tiny little profit on each and everything I sell, but I sell 10,000 things, all of a sudden I'm rich. GG. Guildbank's full of Shadowlands materials, a lot of blacksmithing materials without knowing about the new BIS Legos, so lucky me there. 2.7 million liquid, fully stocked, Legos, enchants, consumables already. Renown max on my Lego crafters. You are going to have a very, very fun patch 9.1. That sounds very good. You got the Walmart philosophy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just craft everything, sell it at a profit. When it sells, make it again. Easy game. It's all about doing it at scale. One of the one thing that you tend to find that there's two different types of gold makers. You tend to find the gold makers who min-max their time spent, and they tend to fall into the farming category pretty heavily. They're always looking for more efficient ways to farm, whereas there's actually a bit of a glass ceiling on that, that you just really can't get much further above, because if you find a farm that's a little bit more valuable and you go and farm a bunch of materials and then you try and sell them, you doing that is actually pushing the price down in most cases. And then when 2 or 3 people do it because a YouTuber tells everybody to go and do it, that market's donezo. So they then look for the next most time efficient way. People are min-maxing on their time. There comes a point though where what you actually are min-maxing is the amount of stuff that you can craft. Time still becomes a big issue in that. If your craft, this is why I'm not really a big alchemist. I love alchemy. You can make a lot of gold with alchemy, but for me personally, it's too time intensive, as it would lock down almost an entire account just crafting potions all day. Whilst that account is crafting potions, it can't really be doing anything else. And sure, I can sell loads of potions, but the profit on them is tiny, tiny. Which is hence why my focus has been very heavily on legendaries. It's expensive to do it, but once I've got the legendary patterns, they're relatively quick to recraft, and then I just focus on selling them. Personally, I'd rather have a little bit of a lot of different stuff to sell. I loathe farming and just constantly watch the market, creating groups with said material, buy low and craft, craft, craft. Yep. I love when people make videos about grinding material X or Y. That's the perfect time to buy them up cheap and then sell them when... Yeah, it's quite funny, right? If you take... The easiest thing to do is subscribe to Student Albatross on YouTube, wait till he tells everybody to go and farm something, then for the next week, buy all of the cheap materials that turn up on the auction house, and then in 3 weeks, when everybody's forgot because they're out farming something else, then you sell those items back. Or you wait for the inevitable cycle of hype around an item. Trying to become the second type of gold maker. I've been a farmer forever, so it's tough, but that's my aim this expansion pack. It's tough until you have enough gold in your bags. And like I said, for me, I tend to suggest that enough gold in the bags is about 1 million gold. If you can hit 1 million liquid gold, you probably never have to farm again. I did a video a while back about how and where you should invest your gold, because unless you can actually unless you can focus on crafting markets at least a minimum scale, you are actually still much better off farming. There's a threshold between where farming stops being time efficient and crafting becomes more time efficient, but that threshold is different. How are we doing, Jack? Good to see you, my man. Welcome, welcome. I've not been ignoring your messages. I've been reading a bunch of everything. Seems like Mr. Streamer is ignoring you, Jack. See, I told you I'm not. Lies. Made over 10 million BFA, got my Bruto. Gold making was never an issue. Yeah, the good thing about farming is it's consistent, right? It's really, really consistent. the fact that it relies on almost nothing. It's very consistent. That you know that if you go and farm X, Y, or Z, by the end of that play session, you'll be richer than you were at the beginning. It's very consistent, and so simply just do it a lot, and you'll eventually be like super rich. But for example, you may farm an awful lot and get really rich really quickly, but then when those farms die, you're constantly having to look for something new to do. Whereas with crafting, especially when it comes to consumable crafting, you've always got a market. Always, always, always got a market. Got a gig for you very soon, Mantheus. I'll let you know on Discord later. Cool. Let me know. Let me know. It's because I'm on his realm saying bad things in trade chat. I don't even have trade chat open. I can't even see it. Are you the one spamming subscribe to twitch.tv/Mantheus? No, that's not me. That's not me. It's lies. You Alliance? No. On Torn Mill, I'm Horde. Alliance on Sylvanas. Torn Mill on Horde. Horde on Torn Mill. Grammata. Grammar matters. Are you on Sylvanas? Yeah, I've not got that account open right now. We've just finished on Sylvanas. I'm doing my absolute best to get on the PTR to update my TSM groups for 9.1, but I'm slacking. Spending way too much time reposting auctions. It's broken. Yeah, getting my TSM groups up and ready, up and running. Moss Agate for 300 gold. Wow. Can I use TSM on the PTR? For the purpose of making groups and stuff, sure. But you can't put items in it like new stuff like Corthite. Well, basically I just want my groups. I'll just have the paste bin for my TSM groups ready so that as soon as 9.1 launches, it's there and ready, you know. In hindsight, I crafted way too much item level 117 gear. I accidentally crafted 3 of everything, which was a massive mistake. I was only ever meant to make 1 of every item level 117 bits, but oops. Got your sniper ready for Corthite crystals, pew pew on the go. Wise move, wise move. Is there still an alchemy crafting guide sheet that you use in one of your videos? Because I can't find it. No, that got deleted because it didn't work very well. Can we expect Corthite crystals to go for 10k? On some realms, probably. I genuinely... Obviously, the hot topic of conversation is how much a Corthite crystal is going to go for. And honestly, I don't have a sensible answer. Because there's going to be at least 2 weeks. At least 2 weeks before people need them. It looks like it looked like Corthite crystals were going to be the bottleneck for a little while. Now that they've pushed back the rank 5 to week 3, it may change things. I don't know. I would imagine that we did, for the purpose of those that may have been at the stream. Wait, what? Rank 5, week 3? That's news to me. We can, yeah, the basically meaning that you won't have the soul cinders until week 3 to craft a rank 5 by the looks of things. The soul cinders for a rank 4, sorry, soul cinders for a rank 5 started off at 400. Which meant that you'd have enough soul cinders after the first week to craft your legendaries when crafters can make them in week 2. You'd have the soul cinders ready already. But now you need 1100 soul cinders to craft a rank 5. That's probably going to push it to the very tail end of week 2, maybe even week 3 for most people. Show the people your paint skills and the icy vein thing. Recapping is good. Yeah. So, for reference, let's see if I can grab it. This is just on Wowhead. Where is it? So, here we go. This is the upgrade chart for the base legendaries. So, rank 5... now is going to need 1,100 soul cinders, which based on a maximum of, based on about 500 a week, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. Based on 500 soul cinders a week, we are looking at the 3rd week, very, very end of the 2nd week if you manage to do some serious wizardry. Or, more realistically, week 3 for people to craft their rank 5 legendary. If that's the case, there's a lot longer for people to be farming Corthite crystals. Meaning, nearly instantly they'll be cheaper. But we did a little magical paint diagram. Where's it gone? We got paint on the go. This is a max level skill painting right here. This is our Corthite crystal buyer's guide with a little indication of what each line is. So week 1, week 2, week 3 and week 4 of the patch. Ignore the grey lines for a minute. But in essence, the price of Corthite crystals is going to start really, really high. And it's going to slowly come down over the first couple of weeks, considering everybody will be farming them, everybody will be trying to sell them, but there's not really a huge demand for them yet. The demand isn't actually there, on the premise that people can't... It's going to be this period here, between weeks 2 and 3, where people are going to be actually crafting their rank 5s and equipping them. Now, the supply of the Corthite crystals is going to be relatively constant. The supply is going to go up as more people will see the prices. The high prices at the beginning will incentivize more people to go out there and do their dailies and gather Corthite crystals on their alts. So the supply will go up, but it'll sort of balance out eventually weeks 2 and 3. As people start getting bored of, farming Corthite crystals every day. And eventually there'll be less and less people that can be bothered doing their dailies for Corthite crystals and the supply will dip down. But it's actually not until about week 2 where the demand kicks in. So there's no demand for them realistically at all. Only by crafters squirreling them away. But eventually then the demand will just skyrocket as all of a sudden more and more and more and more and more people on a daily basis start getting enough soul cinders to actually craft and make their legendary. Now what we do know is that people will buy their base legendary items in advance. We saw that in patch 9.0. People still bought rank 4s on the first day of the game going live. Or at least the first week. Maybe that was because of a lack of knowledge on most parts, but people still did. So you will still see some sales. As soon as you can start crafting them, you'll start seeing sales. But this basically means the first 2.5 weeks is a good time to be buying up your Korthite crystals. Grabbing your Korthite crystals in the first 2.5 weeks is probably going to be a cost-efficient way of doing it, because you want to have lots of Korthite crystals ready and waiting for when the demand kicks in. Because when the demand kicks in, the supply will not be able to meet that demand, which is why the price then goes back up of the Korthite crystals. Because there's a limit to how many Korthite crystals can physically be made every day. Now, when everybody wants to craft their legendaries in a few weeks' time, that's when there's going to be a huge demand for these Korthite crystals, because the crafters are going to be trying to buy them all to make their legendaries so people can get their rank 5s and rank 6s, and it's going to do some silly things. But yeah, there's my magical Picasso Korthite crystal buyer's guide. The green line looks like the UK's corona stats. Oh my god. I think your demand curve is a little conservative. It probably is, but considering that the Soul Cinders will be the bottleneck, I mean, yeah, there is an argument that it would be probably a little bit more vertical than this, but it is only a paint diagram. Let's not forget. I think the demand curve would be much sharper in week 3. Probably, yeah. It'll probably start to kick in, and then as week. I mean, like I said, it's not meant to be perfect. I mean, there's not, apart from the weeks, there's not a single number on this. It's not meant to be perfect, but demand probably spikes from the first day that people can make them. Yeah, maybe. Either way, this is roughly how I think it will pan out. The important thing is the orange line. For most people here, at least, the important thing is the orange one, because that's going to be what the price of Korthite crystals will be. I would imagine that somewhere within the first couple of weeks, we'll see more and more and more and more and more Korthite crystals every day, which will in turn push the price of them down. But very quickly, when people start crafting them, the price of them will start going up again. So if you're buying in this bit here, you're pretty good. Either way, maybe don't be buying Korthite crystals on the first day. Maybe not. Unless something really weird is like that they're just 100 gold a piece, because nobody knows what the fuck they are. Then maybe buy them. But first one will sell for gold cap. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Anyway, there was our little Picasso. Real good effort for me to still not be on the PTR at this point. Where are we going here? Where are we going here? Why has this dude got mail? Why has he got mail? Don't know. Right, let's jump in and let's start working on this. I probably need to actually make sure TSM's up and running. Difficult to make groups for professions if I don't have TSM open. I didn't say sell, it'll just be list. Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, maybe not sell for gold cap, but I'm saying all my friends that will be buying them for 2k a piece. Kind of a bummer for you that says better not buy unless it's 100 gold a piece. Like I said, I deliberately on this didn't give you any numbers, right? Because we don't know what the numbers are going to be. We can this kind of stuff you can speculate on, and this is somewhat accurate. But what you can never do is guesstimate the prices of these. Where are we? Right. Is TSM enabled? Is there a weak aura or an add-on that tracks the amount of materials you have? Well, Trade Skill Master will track all of your materials. Now, the problem is that if you store stuff in your banks and or reagent banks and craft using materials in the reagent banks, TSM doesn't know that those materials have been used until you go back to the bank again. So the quantities that TSM reports on that you have in banks may not always be 100% accurate, but I mean on screen, not on TSM. Oh, no clue. There have been some add-ons that do it. Farm it, something. Yeah, that Farm It add-on I've heard of, but I also know that it's not been updated for about 1 million years. Oh, what? Hang on, what did I just do? I clicked a button and something happened. TSM is missing important information. Yeah, I know. Relax. Right. What we should... Oh, I know. What's new in 4.10? No, shut up. Oh, no. Hang on. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, that's gonna cause me a problem. I don't have beta on TSM on the PTR. Oh, god damn, gross. How do I fix this then? Maybe I can't finish my groups until 9.1's live. Although it's interesting, it does already see things like Corthite crystals. We could, in theory, put... yeah, we can start doing things. Oh yeah, now there's me trying to drag and drop, and I don't even have drag and drop because it's still the wrong version of TSM. Oh, Christ. Okay. I'm going to have to work this out later today. This is not something I'm willing to work out on stream. You just copy your add-ons folder? Just copy the add-ons from live to the PTR folder? Is that a thing? I don't think that's sensible. I think that's going to... Is that... I'm relatively certain that's going to break TSM. I don't think that's sensible. That's going to send the desktop application into complete spasm. Need to edit later in the 4.11 the gear level changing things. I was really hoping I could get all of this. Let me try copying it. If it balks everything up, it's I'll blame you. I'm relatively certain that if Gumdrops was here right now, he'd be telling me that that's a bad idea. But we will see. Please hold. Desktop app should be fine since it's pointed at the retail folder, not the PTR folder. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Interface, add-ons, TSM. Copy Runes. Let's go back to PTR. Interface, add-ons, paste. Replace. Right. If it breaks, we'll see. Let's see. Well, that's a good start. That's a good start. It's a good start. It's a good start. What we're going to need to do is make sure we have the right account open here to copy from. This one. If you want to be extra safe, delete your WTF folder from the PTR, where it's a clean slate, no chance for F-ups. I think it will be fine. What that should now allow us to do, hopefully, is to update anything that we don't, that's new for the professions into the groups. Things like the Vestige of Origins we can do groups for, not that we really need them because they're bind on pickup, but you know what I mean. Corthite crystals, these pallid bone flutes and things we can add into groups. Luckily there's not actually a huge amount of new stuff, so it's only a couple of things per item. The main thing I want to do is the gearing. If you want to give it a cool design for 4.11, import this string. Jack's theme. Don't do it, it's a trap. There is no way I'm customizing themes in TSM. Not happening. Not happening. It's a trap for sure. It feels like one. Right, so we need this character open. Jack is a trap, confirmed. Oh dear. Oh dear. Let's keep it clean, boys and girls. I'm probably gonna have to do this profession by profession, I would guess. Yeah. Now, what I need to make sure actually before I do this is that I have my retail set up where I want it to be. Come on, computer, faster now. It's 120 people watching my computer be slow. Here we go. Here we go. Right. First question. Am I happy with the Shadowlands profession groups as they are? Is there anything I need to potentially change to them the way that they are right now? I don't think so. I think everything is in order as it should be. I've not faffed around with operations yet, that's the problem. We can still only add one crafting operation per group. So I can't make a crafting operation for my blacksmith. Really? You can only add one craft... Oh, hang on. Have I ever... Really? Oh, I've used multiple auctioning operations. I'm not sure I've really ever used multiple crafting operations. Although I can understand why you would. I'm not sure. I've not tried that. I've not tried that. For now, we'll exclude operations because it makes the process easier. So let's we probably are going to have to do this a profession at a time. Materials, there's only one new significant material. The Korthite crystal. Korthite crystal goes in other. There's our Korthite crystal. Let's then look at leatherworking because it's on this character. Let's open leatherworking as well. It's going to be a mess of windows. I apologise. It's going to be a real mess of windows. So we're going to need... Do we want to try and work a group for the Vestige of Origins? Now, I know they're bind on pickup, but is it something that's worth having in TSM? Groups-wise? It probably is. I've not worked out how I'm gonna handle these. $198 Essence of Rebirth for 62k. Just sold them for 122k. Holy smoke. There's a nice 60k profit for 2 clicks, yeah. For auctioning operations, I made 2 variations, both ignored on everything except the realm I used them on to fix it. But for crafting, I don't know how to fix it. Yeah, that might be an issue. I'm not sure how you would fix that, if I'm honest. Elusive pet treat. This is a new thing, right? Elusive pet treat. That's a toy. That needs its own group then. Gear, weapon. Do we want to put it... do we want to just put the toys in a toy group? Yeah, so we need a new group for toys. Because the likelihood is you'll craft 1 or 2 of the toys. And you'll just, you know, craft them, sell them. Elusive pet treat, in you go. Pallid bone flute. Pallid oracle bones, in you go. There we go. Good, 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 good. Is there anything else new? Is there anything else in the Unlearned? Oh, Crafter's Marks 3 and Crafter's Marks 4. Now this is going to... Does this now mean if we go into gear, we can go... Let's just check. Let's just check that things haven't changed. In terms of that Desolate Leather, basic stuff. Still only going to be able to accept Novice and Crafter's Mark 1. So the default set is not going to change. You've got 3 possibilities. Base, 117 or 87. That's not going to change. Desolate Scale is going to be the same then. Still only got the 3 possibilities. That doesn't change. Shadebound set. You're going to have the ability now to craft 200 and 230 bits of gear. So, can I go by item level and search for Shadebound? Now, the problem is the only results that are showing up in the base group are the default 165 stuff that doesn't actually exist. This is annoying. This is annoying. How do I add the item level 200 pieces to group without actually crafting them on the PTR? Craft them on the PTR. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to have to do. Because if I do this... I was hoping something would appear in this list. Okay, well, what we can at least do... Ungrouped items in bags. Based on item level. Now they show... Okay, so I can add every item. I'm going to have to make every item. Can you drag and drop from the crafting window? No, I don't think drag and drop works between windows. Unfortunately. But, I mean, I will check, because that would be just magical. Shade-bound. It really annoys me that it says shade-bound leggings when they're called shade-bound greaves. Tiny little things, but it's so annoying. Type in the search, item 200, 200. In the base group? Ah, okay. Nice. That'll do. Cheers, Jack. Cheers, Jack. That, though, in theory, is still only showing for the one that we already have crafted. It's not showing any of the other shade-bound stuff. So, I am actually still going to have to just craft all of them. Base group doesn't show anything on the PTR? Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. TSM doesn't know what a Crafter's Mark 3... Well, it sort of knows what a Crafter's Mark 3 is. Oh, I so hope that this works. Yeah, there's no dragging and dropping between windows. Why does it now show 300 variations of it? Okay. This is worrying me greatly that TSM is not actually prepared for this. Oi, read chat. So only use item level 200, 200 without the word shadebound. Yeah, it's really weird to me that it's showing 3 different variations here for 2. Yeah. I'm relatively sure that TSM just straight up doesn't know that they exist until I craft them. Base group only populates when it sees the items. On retail it sees them from the auction house, but on the PTR it won't see. Yeah, that's my thought, right? That TSM just straight up does not know they exist until it sees them. So I have to create them once to populate the groups properly. Which is not, I mean, it's not the end of the world, it's just a bit annoying that I'm going to have to craft one of everything just to get the groups up and running. So, yeah. I'll just have to craft one of everything. It's the PTR. I can just free materials out of nowhere on the PTR, so I just transfer another character across. It's just a bit annoying. So, let's do this in a somewhat logical fashion. Shadebound Greaves, Shadebound Pauldron at Crafter's Mark rank 3. Vest at Crafter's Mark rank 3. Oh no, what materials am I missing? Callous Hide? I never expected the fact that I wouldn't actually have materials to do this with. Right, okay. Okay. I need materials. Now it only shows 2 of these. Now why is it not showing the vest? Okay, now it is. This feels way too dodgy. This feels way too dodgy for me to think that it's going to work. Right, I need some Callous Hide then. Do I just load up my bags with Callous Hide on retail, transfer the dude, then send it over? Probably. Probably. I'm thinking. My thought is, do I really go to all of this effort now, considering when patch 9.1 goes live, I've technically got an entire week before anybody can even craft these things to do this anyway. And then the... Oh no, because the base group even on live won't work. I'm actually 10 times better off doing this now. Because I'll have the same problem with the base group on live, that it won't ever have seen them, so it just won't know they even exist. So if I want my groups to be populated before patch 9.1, I do have to do them on the PTR, yeah. Okay. Well, it's not just as easy as just craft one of them, because I've got to piss about with materials. And that's why I don't make groups for others. That's true. That's true. Okay, right. Let's make this simple. Where's Callous Hide? I've got Callous Hide, surely. Ledger, inventory, Callous. What? What? 3,500 of it in the mail. That doesn't seem true. Do I really? Do I really have 3,500 Callous Hide in the mail? Hey, so I do. That'll do. Yoink. Let's remember this is live, so don't just randomly delete shit. Alright, well that'll do. For the purpose of testing, that's fine. Let's log out so it saves. Right, copy character. Europe. Remember to spend your Valor points on Callous Hide tomorrow, by the way? Yes, that's pretty smart, actually. Any multiples of 750 Valor points you have, tomorrow is yeah, you absolutely want to spend your Valor today, preferably on heavy Callous Hide. Thought it was by the 6th of July. Well, okay, let me put it this way. Unless it doesn't matter. Just do it. It genuinely doesn't matter. Just do it. Because if you're spending it on materials, you're not spending it on gear in the first place. So just 1 week, or it doesn't matter. Just go do it. But just for those who aren't going to log in today, trust me, once 9.1 lands, you will not remember to do it. But if you can upgrade gear, like, to a significant point, it's still probably worth getting the gear, to be honest. Over just a few materials that, once again, you could, in theory, just buy. Right, now we go send this dude 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do we want to send him anything else that will be useful? That doesn't matter. Send, go. Is it minimum 750 valor? Yes, yes. You absolutely want to be spending it on heavy callous hide though, as it converts at the best ratio. Especially considering heavy callous hide has just recently spiked in price. Unless, of course, your Alethrium ore is actually bonkers, but I doubt it will be. Right, now we can craft one of everything again. So where did we get to? Let's have a look. Shade-bound, item level 200. Specific items. Greaves, pauldrons and vest we've done. Shade-bound helm at Crafters Mark 3. Gauntlets at Crafters Mark 3. Waistguard at Crafters Mark 3. Treads at Crafters Mark 3. Arm guards at Crafters Mark 3. You know where this is going to be a problem? This is going to be a problem where I don't have one of these items to craft. Ugh, gross. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Off. Legs, greaves, yes. Pauldrons, shoulders, yes. Vest, yes. Helm, yes. Gauntlets, yes. Waistguard, yes. Treads, yes. Arm guards, where's my arm guards gone? Where's my arm guards? Did I not press the craft button? I swear I pressed the craft button. I didn't press the craft button. No, arm guards just don't appear. Oh, my inventory's full. Oh, Jesus. Oh, for the love of everything that's ridiculous. Gems go. Oh, no, I'm going to need them in a minute. Get rid of something. I don't know. It's random gear. What's needed for Crafters Mark 4 to obtain? You need to be tier 4 with the Archivist's Codex. It's the equivalent of like Revered with one of the new factions in Korthia. That's much more of a long grind though, hence why people haven't really focused on it as much, because, I mean, let's get Crafters Mark 3 first, you know. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cool. Oh, does drag and drop not work? I don't know. Alright, they're all in there. They're good. They're good. I'm just waiting for your bottleneck item to be thread. It probably will be. What I should probably do is now repeat the same thing, but everything at item level 230. Now I really am limited on inventory space. Right, that should be enough to make one of every one of these at 230. Go. Go. See, what's weird, right, is the this is purple, which would leave you to believe that the item that it creates would also be purple, but it's not. So, no eternal crystals, unfortunately. Right, so with that done, our 230 group should be populated with these. Oh, okay. TSM doesn't see those at all. Yeah, TSM doesn't see those at... Oh, no, hang on. TSM doesn't see the 230 stuff at all. Annoying. Feed it was a long grind, just wanted to know which rep was needed. I imagine it's a month or so of grinding. You can still probably do it in a few weeks. But it's a lot more degenerate playstyle. There's probably going to be grinding involved. Yeah, the Archivist Codex is more of a long-term grind than just a short blast. Okay. TSM doesn't know, even after crafting these, that they even exist. Meaning I can't actually finish the groups in a way that I want to. Which is really annoying. But hey, if it's not possible, it's not possible, right? I think they're working on it now because no new beta updates. I would imagine so, yeah. Okay, well, at least we know. At least we know. I'm glad I got only some way through before, you know, doing all of it. There should be a way to just write it out in Notepad and then import it. Probably. The likelihood is once the game goes live, the second somebody gets the ability to make them, they'll hit the auction house and then TSM will know about them. So it's not really... I mean, it's not ideal, but I guess it's not the end of the world. It's good to see, though, for reference, that Trade Schoolmaster does know what rank 5 and rank 6 legendaries are. It does know what those are. At least of ones that I've crafted. So, I mean, there's the possibility that our base legendary groups could be... Can I do a base group Grimvild? $190, $225, $175, $235. Okay. It would be yeah, okay. I can't even update the legendary groups properly. As once again, it would have to be a case of, and I'd have to actually craft it for it to be able to see it. So, not happening. Not today. Yep, I think that's very true. I gave it a solid effort, but not today. Since TSM doesn't show the syntax anymore, it just gives an encrypted string to copy paste groups. You'd need to know the syntax for it to work. That's true. Only one rep you need for Crafters Mark III? Yes, Death's Advance. Yes. Right, well, I guess then I can't actually do my groups the way I wanted to before patch 9.1 launches. I can get the groups. Can you not use Wowhead in Group Maker? Not reliably, no. Not with all of this bonus ID shenanigans that goes on. I tend not to trust that. That still relies on the add-on knowing what those items are, that's the thing. Which it's alright for retail, but when we're talking about brand new items that it just doesn't even know exist, the database isn't populated with those items yet. That's half the problem. Well, I guess I can't really finish the groups properly. I can only make sure that the groups I can have ready for them like they are now. So there's rank 5 and rank 6 groups. And with blacksmithing, for example, there's item level 200 and 230 groups. That's about as good as I can do. I can't populate the groups with items though, unfortunately, which is a shame. I'll have to get cracking pretty quickly once the game gets live. Wowhead is also good at getting things wrong. That is also very true. Recently leveled up jewel crafting and tailoring to max. Do you advise me to level up my legendaries now to rank 4 or maybe only to rank 3 to level up to 4 by crafting rank 5s? Yes, that is probably the most sensible. Although, if you've not leveled up your legendaries yet, materials are incredibly expensive right now. I hate to tell you this, but you've probably missed your opportunity to make big gold. Let me put it this way: any items that you craft now are going to cost you twice as much as it cost somebody else only a few weeks ago to make. You're going to have real problems selling things at a profit doing it now. Got to figure out how to do it without having the items. Once you know how to do it, you can do it every patch though. Just spent another 3 million on ore. Yeah. Yeah, in regards to my TSM groups, the best I can do right now is just having the groups ready. I can't populate them with items until it's physically possible. I'll have to wait until the game goes live for me to be able to do that. But it's all good. It's all good. Can you try crafting a rank 5 layer goat at the rune carver to verify the soul cinder cost? I just don't trust Wowhead. Yeah, maybe. Stockpile 10,000 heavy callous hide and the lithium ore. Yeah, this is it, right? Those that are stockpiled are reasonable. Well, the thing is that material prices are ludicrously expensive right now because everybody's bought them all up and there's not many people out there farming them to replace them. When the game goes live again, when patch 9.1 lands, you are going to find that there is a ridiculous amount of farmers turn up out of nowhere that are out there to make a quick buck. I shit you not. Student Albatross will be making videos telling you to go farm some ore again within minutes, and in turn will generate a lot of people farming. The most crazy thing you can do is just have an NA account and make the profile on the NA release day. Yeah, I suppose that might work. That might work. This dude has a rank 4 legendary. He also has a rank 5 pair of Bone Shatter Pauldrons to upgrade it with. The only thing I don't have is the Soul Cinders, but Flying should increase the amount of materials. Yes, it almost certainly will do, yeah. Yeah, the supply, like, as soon as you can fly, there'll be a lot more materials popping up. So there's my rank 4 in there. We can throw in, yeah, 1100. 1100 soul cinders to upgrade to rank 5. 1650 to go up to rank 6. Surprised there's such little hype regarding Shadestone cooldown. It's going to be massive gold, lasts all the expansion, has a faster setup than gold mission tables, and is probably the best passive gold at the moment. I mean, cool. It's good, right? But it's never going to net you more than a couple of thousand gold a day. It's literally on the level of... It's on the level of doing a calling, right? Completing one of your callings. The downside, though, is that you've actually got to sell it. That's the problem, right? There's the setup, and you've actually got to sell it. Like I said, in terms of goal making, the Shadestone itself, I put it... I mean, your shaman has... Sorry, your shaman. Your alchemist has to be level 60. You have to have done the rep grind to get the pattern in the first place. Now, I know it's only honoured, but it really doesn't take that long. Literally takes 5 seconds to do, and on a high pop it sells. Okay, sorry, you don't need to be 60, but like most people are not going to be grinding out the avowed rep until they're like, you know, there's still significant setup to it. And it's a one-time hit a day sort of thing. It's something, but it's not a lot. How do the sockets work? Are they created when you craft the base rank 5 or when you take it to the rune carver? If your base item does not have a socket, but it's an item slot that should now roll with a socket, it will happen here. It will happen when you actually press the upgrade button. Now, the only reason I can't press the upgrade button is because I don't have the soul cinders on the PTR. I'm never going to bother logging onto the Alchemist for that little gold. Yeah, I know. Most people probably feel the same. You can try with a rank 4 though, can't you? Probably. Leatherworking, Bone Shatter Pauldrons, rank 4, no optional doodahs. Craft. I'd like to craft a legendary. Put this in here. Put a power on it. Oh, I ain't got any pissing missives. Ugh, there's always something. Always something. I don't have easy access to a scribe to make any. Missives are on the... Oh, missives are on the vendor. Is it this dude? Or is you just going to send me back to Orobos, aren't you? Apparently you will only get a socket when you craft a new legendary. Upgrading an existing won't give you a socket, no matter if it's new or old. What? No, that can't. If that's the case, that can't go live that way. Surely that can't go live that way. You only get a socket when you craft a new legendary. Upgrading an existing won't give you a socket, no matter if it's new, base, or old. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Let's clear some space real quick. Let's not get rid of those because I might need them. I don't know, that'll do. Bag of soul ash. Right, how much soul ash do I have? I've got 13,000 soul ash. Let's make it so I've got like 15 or 16,000 or something. Okay, so what is a piece that is chest piece, right? Chest piece is going to be one of the ones that will have a socket on it, right? Oh, see, helm is coming with a socket. If I buy it from here, it has a socket. Helm, waist guards, arm guards. Helm, neck, belt, and ring. This is so fucking confusing. How can Blizzard put like systems like this in? Why the helm, neck, belt, and ring? Why those 4 slots all of a sudden? And wrists. But why? Wasn't this meant... It's what the Venari socket goes on? Is there not a is there just not a season 2 socket item? There is? So what's the point? What's... Is this entirely designed so that people didn't zerg Stygia in the last couple of weeks and buy rank 1 upgrades instead of using rank 2s? Did they genuinely make this entire system instead of just making it so that this item is not valid on this item? Why couldn't they have just made it so that if you try to use a rank 1 item in Season 2, it just doesn't work? People complained about having to remake and then regrind for the socket. Wow. Wow. Actually game designed around the 1%. What? YouTubers were telling people to farm Stygia to put sockets on before the patch so that they could then upgrade their legendaries and then not have to buy the Season 2 socket. Is that the degenerate playstyle it was going to be? So that then people who were in Season... Then people... wasn't the fact that... oh my god. That was meant to be the trade-off of the legendary, right? That was meant to be the trade-off. Either you try and get a piece of gear that might roll with a socket anyway, but if it doesn't roll with the socket, you can buy one from Venari and put it on the gear. The trade-off of that is that it's your legendary piece and it's 26 item levels higher than everything else. Not sure a socket even adds that much power to make it matter. Yeah, I mean, an extra 10 main stat is... What? Reason is simple. The devs wanted to add a system to fix it, started working on it. Management says we need it done yesterday, and then the half-finished system gets added. Maybe. Wow, gearing is crazy confusing in Shadowlands. Crazy confusing. And this is coming from somebody that plays the game 10 hours a day. In terms of power, a socket matters far less than the choice slot of your legendary. Yeah, I thought that was meant to be the trade-off, right? Either you have a piece of gear and then the chance to have a socket on it, or instead of that piece of gear, you put your legendary in that slot because your legendary is 26 item levels higher and should be much, much better anyway. The amount of people that thinks the Lego sockets will hold domination shards is unreal too. Yeah, because it's a prismatic socket. It's not a domination socket. So now what's going to happen is people will craft a legendary chest piece thinking they can put their domination socket in it and still get the bonus, and then be very, very unhappy when they can't because it's the wrong socket. Oh God. Oh dear. Oh dear. Wow. Oh, I chose a bad example, but maybe the helm then? Maybe the helm? People put their legendary in the helm slot because they see it as a socket and they're like, ah, it's safe, my domination socket can go there. Not realizing that it's just a basic bitch gem that goes in that. Wow. Well, I can safely say I'm not looking forward to 9.2 when they introduce legendary gems. This whole legendary gems on top of tier sets, on top of rank 7 and 8 legendaries. It's going to be a shit show. Absolute nightmare of a system. This is what happens when you compound one system on top of another. It doesn't just get more confusing. It gets exponentially more confusing. We don't need 7 different systems going into gearing. A couple of years ago, it was bad enough that there was 4 different versions of the raid that all dropped different item level gear. That was bad enough. We got rid of Titan forging because it was fucking stupid. Now we've just got 7 convoluted systems stacked on top of each other. Oh, Blizzard, I love this game, but you do some stupid things. You do some real stupid things. Alright then. Well, there's not... at this point, I can't even remember what I was trying to test. I was trying to test that because I can buy these from here, obviously. What happens if I craft a helm? If I bone shatter helm, if I craft one of these, it's going to turn up without a socket, right? So this should not have a socket on it. Oh, it doesn't show a socket on the tooltip, but when you craft it, it does. Now, Shadowlands was new player friendly, except when you get to max level and then you are done. Yeah. Yeah, upgrading to get the socket was what I was trying to do. The problem is the way for me to do that is to have the item pre-crafted without the socket. I can't just make one. I don't have the Lego. Technically I do on another character. Do I have a rank 4 Bone Shatter Helm on my bank character currently? Questions, let's answer questions. Do I have a rank 4 Bone Shatter Helm already crafted? Logic tells me I should, and if I do, I can transfer it over to the PTR, then send it over. Is it possible to make 3 mil in 12 days? It's possible. Not from scratch, though. Probably not from scratch. I'm intrigued why you all of a sudden need 3 mil. That's a lot of gold. And how do I do that? I'm new to goal making. Oh, if you're new to goal making, I don't think there's any feasible way to make 3 mil in 12 days. Buy tokens, I guess then. For reference, it takes most people about 6 months to make their first million. Bone Shatter Helm. Bone Shatter Helm. 235. There's our Bone Shatter Helm. 235 that's been pre-crafted that doesn't have a socket. This is an item that will have a socket going forward. So, did I already have one in my bags? Oh, I did already have one in my bags. Apparently I've got lots of these. Gumdrops told me something in chat. Hang on. Hang on. Did I miss something? Please hold. Oh! Those profession item icons are bogus items. Something else TSM will be adding treatment for in 4.11. The profession items are bogus items. Oh, so the... Okay. So, okay. So it's an on the list. Cool, cool. Good to know. Good to know. Hang on. Did I just open that accidentally? I did. Go back. Go back. Go back. Now let's transfer this dude. What do you plan to do with all those Legos? Sell them. Make loads of gold. Yay! Let's transfer that fella over. Who's he even called? Coffee Club. Now to find the right character, because I've got too many characters. Just meaning the profession UI for TSM or default, the icons displayed aren't necessarily related to the craft that you make. Oh right, yeah. That it's yeah, I know what you mean now. Yeah, I'm aware that it's there's a few weird scenarios that come up like that. Coffee Club. No, that's the wrong realm. Coffee Club on Sylvanus. Oh, I've got way too many characters. Hang on, hang on. This is the one. Copy. Go. Where'd it go? Here we go. Now we'll transfer that over. Because that should be a Bone Shatter Helm without a socket. Oh! No, but that's not going to be considered an upgrade, is it? Ah, this is... I don't know. I'm at the point now where trying to test things on the PTR is nearly impossible because we just don't get the tools to do it properly. I've suddenly realised the big problem with doing this whole scenario is I'm still going to be creating a new legendary. That's the problem. But we can either way, we can test for the sake of testing. I want to see it magic a socket on it. That's the main thing I want to see. Oh, gumdrops, while you're here, if you're still here, is there going to be any weird shenanigans with all of these base legendary items now having sockets on them? Or are we to assume that if we group up the base legendary items by item level, they will just be ignored? So whether they have a socket or not, it'll just be ignored. Am I right? I think. Should be ignored, yes. Cool, cool. Good, 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 good. That's one less set of groups I need to remake for a 4th time. Nice. I'm just hoping that people don't discriminate between items with a socket and ones without, but you know it'll happen. Because the general player base is not going to know. The general player base is going to see one base legendary item with a socket and one without it, and they're going to buy the one with the socket. Right, so now we have our... Okay, the Bone Shatter Helm we just bought off the vendor dude here has a socket. The one that we transferred over from live does not have a socket. Let's see, I want to go see this for myself. When I make that into a legendary, is it going to do silly things? Is it going to give me a socket? For reference, I'm just going to delete this one with a socket so it doesn't accidentally try and use that one. Send me to the rune carver. Do you know if the auction house will show the socket versus the non-socket items? It should do. It probably will, yeah. Craft a legendary item. Bone Shatter Helm rank 3. Maybe I should have transferred over a few different Bone Shatter pieces. I don't know. Add a power. Add a missive. Add another missive. This, for reference, did not have a socket. We click create. We wait 5 seconds because of course that's a thing. And skip cutscene. We gain one with a socket. There we go. So regardless of whether it has a socket or not, when you make a new one, boom. The only issue that could occur is the upgrade for 5-6 can also be used on lower ranks, which will create a new variation of a 3 or a 4, but I'm not sure if that's going to be a thing to use on rank 1s, for example. Yeah, I thought that a while ago. I mean, with the cost of the Vestige of Origins are probably going to be significantly more expensive than just crafting a rank 3, you know? At least for a while. But yes, I imagine that could be a bonus ID nightmare. That if a rank 1 with a Vestige of Origins creates a different item to what a regular 225 actually is, yeah, it could get a bit sticky. What if you upgrade a rank 3 to a rank 4? Well, the problem is I don't have a rank 3 legendary that's already crafted. My legendaries are rank 4. I don't physically have the things to do that unless I went. It's a humongous waste of soul ash for me personally to craft something on live just so it's a thing. Okay. Well, at least we do know that the base items, and I've seen it with my own eyes, that's the important thing for me, to have actually physically seen it, that regardless of whether the base items have sockets on them or not, when they're used to create a new item, it's all good. I'm not sure my brain can actually function for too much testing on the PTR right now. I think I'm relatively content with how everything looks. It's very odd to me that they've pushed back the rank 5s. Like so late in the cycle as well. I mean, I'm surely not the only one that remembers rank 5s needing... oh, hang on, what's all these capes? Is cape meant to be one that has a socket eventually? Can you make legendaries that aren't even for your class? Oh no, because it's a cape, so of course I can. Oh, hang on. No socket on the cape, I think. I was thinking that was cloth, but it's not, is it? It's a cape. Where did it go? Did it just yoink it? Where did it go? Oh, it's here. Yeah, there's no sockets on the capes then. Alright, whatever. No sound. Oh. We should be good. I'm not dropping frames. Stream crashed for me as well. Working fine your end. Hit a reload. Hit a reload. Right. Well. Okay. I think I'm going to leave it there for today, boys and girls. That's about as much as I can feasibly do on the PTR with the resources that I have available.
You just lost $5.
Oh, go on, Gumdrops with the sub. Thank you, my man. Appreciate it. With Prime Gaming there for 2 months. Thank you, thank you. So, I think that's probably going to be my last adventure on the PTR because I think we're about done. By the way, if you want, you can experiment with LST on the PTR. I might do. We'll see just how much brain power I have later today. But I think I'm going to leave the stream there for today, boys and girls. Tomorrow will be Tuesday. Now, of course, tomorrow will be patch day for those over in the NA. So we'll hopefully get some sneaky heads up of what's going on. For us in the EU, it will be the last day of just getting any sort of preparation done and out of the way. I hope you're all ready. I'm ready. I'm getting excited. I'm getting very excited. Very excited. We're close. We've been waiting 8 months for this. It should be good. But thank you everybody for joining today. We had a bit of a laugh. We went through the WoW, the WoW economy, the WoW head economy post like we do on a Monday. That will go up on YouTube later on today. Where are my 2 ads? Are you redeeming ads? I need to make those alerts because I miss them. I'm not doing so great at checking this chat business, am I? We'll throw some ads up on a minute. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate it. But yeah, good luck goal making, boys and girls. If you're playing on the NA, and if I don't speak to you soon, good luck with your patch day, as yours comes a day before ours. Lucky buggers. But yeah, I'm done. I'm going to get some food. I'll catch you tomorrow. Peace.